Cthulhu calls. There are primeval forces that were worshipped and summoned long before the creation of the Kabbalah. They are the ancient ones of the Sumerian faith, and they live on in the magic of Aleister Crowley and the mythos of H.P. Lovecraft. They wait beyond the gate, ready to rule the earth once again. This long-lost sorcerer's handbook contains incantations and conjurations, exorcisms and bindings, but they are not to be used lightly. We can only guess what horrible fate prevented Abdul Al-Hazred from completing this book of the Black Earth. And remember, there are no effective banishings for the forces invoked in the Necronomicon. The Necronomicon's magic is nothing to fool with, and it may expose you to psychological forces with which you cannot cope. Remember, if you tinker with the incantations, you were warned. Fate Magazine. The Necronomicon. The books provided: the Necronomicon, the Necronomicon Spellbook, and the Gates of the Necronomicon. Dedication. On the 100th anniversary of the nativity of the poet, Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1975. Ad Maiorem Cthulhi Gloriam. Acknowledgements. The editor would like to thank all the people whose cooperation and dedication to unspeakable horrors has made this book possible. First, our thanks go to the nameless monk who presented us with the original MS, who has since disappeared. Second, to that ever-changing staff of translators who performed a most distasteful and oftentimes unsatisfying task, to Ms. I. Kelms, Miss N. Papaspyro, Mr. Peter Lavenda, Mr. X, and Mr. Y. Third, to Ms. J. McNally, whose thorough knowledge and understanding of craft folklore aided the editor in assuming a proper perspective towards the work. Fourth, to Mr. J. Birnbaum, who aided in some of the preliminary practical research concerning the powers of the book and its dangers. Fifth, to Mr. L.K. Barnes, who dared to tempt the awesome wrath of the Ancient Ones, risking unspeakable eldritch horrors, in supporting the publication of this arcane treatise. Sixth, to all those patient pagans and friends of the craft who waited and waited for the eventual publication of this tome with bated breath and something on the stove. Seventh, and perhaps most importantly, to Herman Slater of the Magical Child, Nee Warlock Shop, whose constant encouragement and eternal kvetching was material to the completion of this work. And finally, to the demon Perdurabo, without whose help the presentation of this book would have been impossible. Blessed be L.L. Barnes. Preface to the second edition. There are three major individuals who must share the credit for the astonishingly good reception the Necronomicon has enjoyed over the last 2 years since its publication. L.K. Barnes was lured into the Magical Child bookstore in Manhattan one day by an incarnated thought form we may only refer to by his initials, B.A.K. Both were in search of some casual amusement from the slightly distorted version of the supernatural intelligence dissemination that usually took place on those premises. L.K. Barnes, publisher of this tome, has probably come to regret ever setting foot or tentacle inside those clammy precincts, for the crazed proprietor of the institution commenced to wave before him the manuscript copy of this book, thereby securing his soul forever in the service of the elder gods. Needless to say, L.K., a long-time pilgrim in the search for the genuine Necronomicon, which he knew since childhood really existed, was suitably impressed, shocked actually. He asked to see the dubious personality who claimed responsibility for the editing and general research work that went into the volume. This exotic individual, Simon by name, appeared suddenly one day at the living quarters of L.K. Barnes, attired in a beret, a suit of some dark, fibrous material, and an attached case, which contained, besides correspondence from various Balkan embassies and a photograph of the F-104 fighter being crated up for shipment to Luxembourg, additional material on the Necronomicon, which proved his bona fides. Also, At that meeting was the third member of the Unholy Trinity, James Wasserman of Studio 31, who, according to a South American cult leader, died during the last year, but who has been able, with assistance from the Stone of the Wise and certain of the formula in this book, to go on about his business like unto a living man. With Simon's manuscript, Barnes' occult vision and aesthetic scruples, and Wasserman's production experience and tireless labor, the abhorred Necronomicon began to take shape, and the first edition smote the stands on December 22nd of 1977, the ancient pagan feast of Yule, the winter solstice. Yet, not without a number of bizarre occurrences that more than once threatened the lives, the sanity, and the astral bodies of the three individuals most deeply involved. Jim Wasserman was subjected to what we may vaguely refer to as poltergeist activity during the time he worked on production and design aspects of the book. A room which, for certain loathsome purposes, was always kept locked was found one day to have been opened from the inside. In the same building, just below his loft, the typesetters were set upon by swarms of rats. The discovery of a small Hindu idol that had been lost signaled the end of the plague, and the rats disappeared. Simon usually lives in fear of his life, for reasons that do not always have to do with the Necronomicon. However, he has been subject to constant surveillance by the Ancient Ones, as they await the one slip, the single misstep, that will provide for them the entry they earnestly desire into this world. L.K. Barnes, on the other hand, has had no rest whatever from the signals and messages from the extraterrestrial intelligences that were the overseers and the guardians of the book's publication. He has been plagued by an unremitting chain of numerological events, which he cannot ignore. The predominance of the numbers 13, 333, 555, 666, and others too arcane to bear mentioning, have made his life a demonstration, demonstration, of Jungian synchronicity patterns. Also, his printing of the beautiful, full-color Dendera Zodiac on the first anniversary of the Necronomicon's publication in 1978 precipitated a rash of UFO sightings in Australia and New Zealand, in which one pilot was disappeared. Bizarre occurrences and humorous coincidences aside, for the moment, the Necronomicon has caused changes in the consciousness of those people most intimately involved with it, as well as many strangers who simply bought the book through the mail or at their bookstore. Judging by the letters we have received in the last 2 years, these changes have been startling. Many have found the book's magic to work, and work extremely well. Others, having once attempted certain of the rituals, felt compelled to retire from the occult scene for lengthy periods of time. The mere fact that the books was generally considered never to have existed, and then found to exist after all. It itself a powerful psychic influence, a fantasy come true, a dream realized in waking life, the quest for a lifetime search come to an end, the ultimate book of spells, the godfather of grimoires. Therefore, it is with awe and with something akin to dread that I address this second edition to the courageous reader of the Necronomicon. The beast has told us, "I am the warrior lord of the 40s, the 80s cower before me," and the abased. Al 346. This edition of the Necronomicon is scheduled for early delivery in February 1980, making it possibly the first occult book of the 80s, a herald of doom, or a harbinger of fate. Since the publication of this book in December of 1977, the ancient forces of erstwhile victory have been banging and clamoring at the gates. December 1977 was the middle of the killing spree of the .44 caliber killer, known to the press as the Son of Sam, who was motivated, according to recent reports, by membership in a satanic cult in Yonkers. Several months after the capture of David Berkowitz in 1978, nearly 1,000 people killed themselves in Guyana at the orders of a crazed religious leader. Several months after that, the leader of a mystical Islamic sect seized power in Iran, and at the time of this writing is calling for a holy war against the infidel. There is evidence that every new age witnesses a baptism by fire. Christians and Muslims are turning on each other and themselves. Israel is once again in serious jeopardy. Buddhism is being eradicated in Southeast Asia as it was in Tibet. The ancient ones, lords of a time before memory, are being drawn by the smell of confusion and the hysteria and mutual hatred of the primitive life forms on this planet, human beings. Unless the gates are secured against attack, unless humanity awakens to both the real danger and the real potential for evolution, well, the vision of the mad Arab, ancestor of the Muslim princes so much in the news in 1979 to 1980, is one certainly of terror. The discovery of this book, however, like the discovery of the typesetter's idol, may be the key, the link in our defense against the possible enemy waiting us outside. Events of the last 2 years have shown us that the book is also an amulet, a protective shield, that guards its own from the machinations of evil. Extraterrestrial or primevally elemental alien beings or subconscious repressions, they are powerless against us if we consider deeply the message of this book and take the seeming ranting of the Arab at face value for what they are: a warning, a weapon, and a wisdom. With these three, we enter the new age of the crowned and conquering child, Horus, not in a slouch towards Bethlehem, but born within us at the moment we conquer the lurking fear in our own souls. New York, New York, December 1979. Our work is therefore historically authentic, the rediscovery of the Sumerian tradition. Aleister Crowley. Introduction. In the mid-1920s, roughly 2 blocks from where the Warlock shop once stood in Brooklyn Heights, lived a quiet, reclusive man, an author of short stories, who eventually divorced his wife of 2 years and returned to his boyhood home in Rhode Island, where he lived with his 2 aunts. Born on August 20th, 1890, Howard Phillips Lovecraft would come to exert an impact on the literary world that dwarfs his initial successes with Weird Tales magazine in 1923. He died tragically at the age of 46 on March 15th of 1937, a victim of cancer of the intestine and Bright disease. Though persons of such renown as Dashiell Hammett were to become involved in his work, anthologizing it for publication both here and abroad, the reputation of a man generally conceded to be the father of Gothic horror did not really come into its own until the past few years, with a massive republication of his works by various houses, a volume of his selected letters, and his biography. In the July 1975 issue of the Atlantic Monthly, there appeared a story entitled "There Are More Things," written by Jorge Luis Borges, to the memory of H.P. Lovecraft. This gesture, by a man of the literary stature of Borges, is certainly an indication that Lovecraft has finally ascended to his rightful place in the history of American literature, nearly 40 years after his death. In the same year that Lovecraft found print in the pages of Weird Tales, another gentleman was seeing his name in print, but in the British tabloid press. New sinister revelations of Aleister Crowley read the front page of the Sunday Express. It concerned testimony by one of the notorious magician's former followers, or actually the wife of one of his followers, that Crowley had been responsible for the death of her husband at the Abbey of Thelema in Cefalù, Sicily. The bad press, plus the imagined threat of secret societies, finally forced Mussolini to deport the great beast from Italy. Tales of horror filled the pages of the newspapers in England for weeks and months to come. Satanic rituals, black masses, animal sacrifice, and even human sacrifice were reported, or blatantly lied about. For, although many of the stories were simply not true or fanciful exaggeration, one thing was certain: Aleister Crowley was a magician, and one of the first order. Born on October 12, 1875 in England, in the same county as Shakespeare, Edward Alexander Crowley grew up in a strict fundamentalist religious family, members of a sect called the Plymouth Brethren. The first person to call him by that name and number by which he would become famous after the reference in Book of Revelation, the Beast 666, was his mother, and he eventually took this appellation to heart. He changed his name to Aleister Crowley while still at Cambridge, and by that name plus 666, he would never be long out of print, or out of the newspapers, for he believed himself to be the incarnation of a god, an ancient one, the vehicle of a new age of man's history, the Aeon of Horus, displacing the old age of Osiris. In 1904, he had received a message from what Lovecraft might have called out of space, that contained the formula of a new world order, a new system of philosophy, science, art, and religion. But this new order had to begin with the fundamental part and common denominator of all four: magic. In 1937, the year Lovecraft died, the Nazis banned the occult lodges of Germany. Notable among them two organizations which Crowley had supervised, the Astrum Argentum and the Ordo Templi Orientis, the latter of which he was the elected head in England, and the former which he founded himself. There are those who believe that Crowley was somehow magically responsible for the Third Reich, for two reasons. One, that the emergence of the New World Orders generally seems to instigate holocausts, and two, that he is said to have influenced the mind of Adolf Hitler. While it is almost certain that Crowley and Hitler never met, it is known that Hitler belonged to several occult lodges in the early days after the First War. The symbol of one of these, the Thule Gesellschaft, which preached a doctrine of Aryan racial superiority, was the infamous swastika, which Hitler was later to adopt as the symbol of the Third Reich. That Crowley only despised Nazism in all its forms, however, is evident in many of his writings, notably the essays written in the late 30s. Crowley seemed to regard the Nazi phenomenon as a creature of Christianity in its anti-Semitism and severe moral restrictions concerning its adherents, which led to various types of lunacies and hang-ups that characterized many of the Reich's leadership. Yet there can be perhaps little doubt that the chaos which engulfed the world in those years was prefigured and predicted in Crowley's Liber al Velagus, the Book of the Law. The mythos and the magic. We can profitably compare the essence of most of Lovecraft's short stories with the basic themes of Crowley's unique system of ceremonial magic. While the latter was a sophisticated psychological structure intended to bring the initiate into contact with his higher self via a process of individuation that is active and dynamic, being brought about by the patient himself, as opposed to the passive depth analysis of the Jungian adepts, Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos was meant for entertainment. Scholars, of course, are able to find higher, ulterior motives in Lovecraft's writings, as can be done with any manifestation of art. Lovecraft depicted a kind of Christian myth of the struggle between opposing forces of light and darkness, between God and Satan, in the Cthulhu mythos. Some critics may complain that this smacks more of the Manichaean heresy than it does of the genuine Christian dogma. Yet, as a priest and former monk, I believe it is fair to say that this dogma is unfortunately very far removed from the majority of the faithful to be of much consequence. The idea of a war against Satan and of the entities of good and evil having roughly equivalent powers is perhaps best illustrated by the belief, common among the Orthodox churches of the East, in a personal devil as well as a personal angel. This concept has been amplified by the Roman Catholic Church to such an extent, perhaps subconsciously, that a missal in the editor's possession contains an engraving for the feast of St. Andrew, Apostle, for November 30th, that bears the legend, Ecceque tollis peccata mundi, behold him who taketh away the sins of the world. And the picture above it is of the atomic bomb. Basically, there are two sets of gods in the mythos. The elder gods, about whom not much is revealed, save that they are a stellar race that occasionally comes to the rescue of man, and which corresponds to the Christian light, and the ancient ones, about which much is told, sometimes in great detail, who correspond to darkness. These latter are the evil gods, who wish nothing but ill for the race of man, and who constantly strive to break into our world through a gate or door that leads from the outside in. There are certain people among us who are devotees of the Ancient Ones, and who try to open the gate, so that this evidently repulsive organization may once again rule the earth. Chief among these is Cthulhu, typified as a sea monster dwelling in the great deep, a sort of primeval ocean, a being that Lovecraft collaborator August Derleth wrongly calls a water elemental. There is also Azathoth, the blind idiot god of chaos, Yog-Sothoth, Azathoth's partner in chaos, Shub-Niggurath, the goat with 1,000 young, and others. They appear at various times throughout the stories of the Cthulhu mythos in frightening forms, which test the strength and resourcefulness of the protagonists in their attempts to push the hellish things back to whence they came. There is an overriding sense of primitive fear and cosmic terror in those pages, and though man is dealing with something that threatens other than his physical safety, his very spiritual nature. This horror cosmology is extended by the frequent appearance of the book Necronomicon. The Necronomicon is, according to Lovecraft's tales, a volume written in Damascus in the 8th century AD by a person called the Mad Arab, Abdul al-Hazred. It must run roughly 800 pages in length, as there is a reference in one of the stories concerning some lacuna, or on a page in the 700s. It had been copied and reprinted in various languages. The story goes, among them Latin, Greek, and English. Dr. Dee, the magus of Elizabethan fame, was supposed to have possessed a copy and translated it. This book, according to the mythos, contains the formula for evoking incredible things into visible appearance, beings and monsters which dwell in the abyss and outer space of the human psyche. Such books have existed, in fact, and do exist. Idris Shah tells us of a search he conducted for a copy of the Book of Power by the Arab magician Abdul Khadir, the secret lore of magic by Shah, of which only one copy was ever found. The Keys of Solomon had a similar reputation as did the Magus by Barrett, until all of these works were eventually reprinted in the last 15 years or so. The Golden Dawn, a famous British and American occult lodge of the turn of the century, was said to have possessed a manuscript called The Veils of Negative Existence by another Arab. These were the sorcerer's handbooks, and generally not meant as textbooks or encyclopedias of ceremonial magic. In other words, the sorcerer or magician is supposed to be in possession of the requisite knowledge and training with which to carry out a complex magic ritual, just as a cook is expected to be able to master the scrambling of eggs before he conjures an eggs benedict. The grimoires or black books were simply variations on a theme, like cookbooks, different records of what previous magicians had done, the spirits they had contacted, and the successes they had. The magicians who now read these works are expected to be able to select the wheat from the chaff, in much the same fashion as an alchemist discerning the deliberate errors in a treatise on his subject. Therefore, it was and is insanity for the tyro to pick up a work of on ceremonial magic like the Lesser Key of Solomon to practice conjurations. It would also be folly to pick up Crowley's magic in theory and practice with the same intention. Both books are definitely not for beginners, a point which cannot be made too often. Unfortunately, perhaps the dread Necronomicon falls into this category. Crowley's magic was a testimony of what he had found in his researches into the forbidden and forgotten lore of past civilizations and ancient times. His Book of the Law was written in Cairo in the spring of 1904, when he believed himself to be in contact with a praetor-human intelligence called Aiwass, who dictated to him the 3 chapters that make up the book. It had influenced him more than any other, and the remainder of his life was spent trying to understand it fully and to make its message known to the world. It, too, contains the formula necessary to summon the invisible into visibility, and the secrets of transformation are hidden within its pages. But this is Crowley's own Necronomicon, received in the Middle East in the shadow of the Great Pyramid of Giza. and therein is writ not only the beauty, but the beast that yet awaits mankind. It would be vain to attempt to deliver a synopsis of Crowley's philosophy, save that its leitmotif is the rebellion. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The actual meaning of this phrase has taken volumes to explain, but roughly it concerns the uniting of the conscious self with the unconscious self, a process of individuation which culminates in a rite called knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, the angel signifying the pure evolved self. Yet there are many terrors on the way to the self, and an abyss to cross before victory can be declared. Demons, vampires, psychic leeches, ghastly forms accost the aspiring magician from every angle, from every quarter around the circumference of the magic circle, and they must be destroyed lest they devour the magician himself. When Crowley professed to have passed the obstacles and crossed the abyss of knowledge and found his true self, he found it was identical with the beast of the Book of Revelation 666, whom Christianity considers to represent the devil. Indeed, Crowley had nothing but admiration for the Shaitan, Satan, of the so-called devil-worshipping cult of the Yazidis of Mesopotamia, knowledge of which led him to declare the lines that open this introduction, for he saw that the Yazidis possess a great secret and a great tradition that extends far back into time, beyond the origin of the sun cults of Osiris, Mithra, and Christ, even before the formation of the Judaic religion and the Hebrew tongue. Crowley hearkened back to a time before the moon was worshipped, to the shadow out of time, and in this, whether he realized it as such or not, he had heard the call of Cthulhu. Sumeria. That a reclusive author of short stories who lived in a quiet neighborhood in New England, and the manic, infamous master magician who called the world his home should have somehow met in the sandy wastes of some forgotten civilization seems incredible. That they should both have become prophets and forerunners of a new eon of man's history is equally, if not more, unbelievable. Yet, with H.P. Lovecraft and Aleister Crowley, the unbelievable was a commonplace of life. These two men, both acclaimed as geniuses by their followers and admirers, and who never actually met, stretched their legs across the world, and in the 7 league boots of the mind they did meet, and on common soil, Sumeria. Sumeria is the name given to a once flourishing civilization that existed in what is now known as Iraq, in the area called the Greeks Mesopotamia, and by the Arabs as simply the island, for it existed between 2 rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, which run down from the mountains to the Persian Gulf. This is the site of the fabled city of Babylon, as well as of Ur of the Chaldees, and Kish, which Nineveh, far to the north. Each of the 7 principal cities of Sumeria was ruled by a different deity, who was worshipped in the strange, non-Semitic language of the Sumerians, a language which has been closely allied to that of the Aryan race, having in fact many words identical to that of Sanskrit, and it is said to Chinese. For no one knows where the Sumerians came from, and they vanished just as mysteriously as they appeared, after the Assyrian invasions, which decimated their culture, yet providing the Assyrians with much of their mythology and religion. So much so that Sumerian became the official language of the state church, much as Latin is today of the Roman Catholic Church. They had a list of their kings before the flood, which event they carefully chronicled, as did many another ancient civilization around the world. It is believed that they had a sophisticated system of astronomy and astrology, as well as an equally sophisticated religious ritual. Magic, as well as history, begins at Sumer for the Western world, for it is here, in the sand-buried cuneiform tablets that recorded an age, that the first creation epic is found, the first exorcism, the first ritual invocations of planetary deities, the first dark summonings of evil powers, and ironically the first burnings of people the anthropologists call witches. Lovecraft's mythos deals with what are known as chthonic deities, that is, underworld gods and goddesses, much like the Leviathan of the Old Testament. The pronunciation of chthonic is chthonic, which explains Lovecraft's famous Miskatonic River and Miskatonic University, not to mention the chief deity of his pantheon, Cthulhu, a sea monster who lies, not dead but dreaming, below the world, an ancient one, and supposed enemy of mankind and the intelligent race. Cthulhu is accompanied by an assortment of other grotesqueries, such as Azathoth and Shub-Niggurath. It is of extreme importance to occult scholars that many of these deities had actual counterparts, at least in name, to deities of the Sumerian tradition, that same tradition that the magus Aleister Crowley deemed it so necessary to rediscover. The underworld in ancient Sumer was known by many names, among them Absu, or Abyss, sometimes as Nar Mataru, the great underworld ocean, and also a Kuta, or Kutu, as it is called in the Enuma Elish, the creation epic of the Sumerians. The phonetic similarity between Kuta and Kutu and Ctonic, as well as Cthulhu, is striking, judging by a Sumerian grammar at hand. The word Cthulhu, or Cthulhu, or Cthulhu, Lovecraft's Cthulhu Sumerianized, would mean the man of Kutu, Kuta, the man of the underworld, Satan or Shaitan, as he is known to the Yazidis, whom Crowley considered to be the remnants of the Sumerian tradition. The list of similarities both between Lovecraft's creations and the Sumerian gods, as well as between Lovecraft's mythos and Crowley's magic, can go on nearly indefinitely, and in depth for which there is no space here at the present. An exhaustive examination of Crowley's occultism in light of recent findings concerning Sumeria and exegeses on Lovecraft's stories is presently in preparation and is hoped to be available shortly. Until that time, a few examples should suffice. Although a list is appended hereto containing various entities and concepts of Lovecraft, Crowley, and Sumeria cross-referenced, it will do to show how the editor found the relationship to be valid and even startling. Azathoth is frequently mentioned in the grim pages of the Cthulhu mythos, and appears in the Necronomicon as Azathoth, a combination of two words, the first Sumerian and the second Coptic, which gives us a clue as to its identity. Azag in Sumerian means enchanter or magician. Thoth is Coptic, is the name given to the Egyptian god of magic and wisdom, Tahuti, who was evoked by the god of the Golden Dawn and by Crowley himself, and known to the Greeks as Hermes, from whence we get Hermetic. Azathoth is therefore a lord of magicians, but of the black magicians, or the sorcerers of the other side. There is a seeming reference to Shub-Niggurath in the Necronomicon, in the name of a Sumerian deity, the answerer of prayers, called Ishnigarab. The word Shub is to be found in the Sumerian language in reference to the rite of exorcism, one of which is called Nam-Shub, and means the throwing. It is, however, as yet unclear as to what the combination Shub in Shin Garab, Shub in Shin Ishnigarab, or Shub-Niggurath, might actually mean. There was a battle between the forces of light and darkness, so called, that took place long before man was created, before even the cosmos as we know it existed. It is described fully in the Enuma Elish and in the bastardized version found in the Necronomicon, and involved the Ancient Ones, led by the serpent Mumu Tiamat, and her male counterpart Apsu, against the elder gods, called such in the Necronomicon, led by the warrior Marduk, son of the sea god Enki, lord of magicians of this side, or what could be called white magicians. Although close examination of the myths of ancient times makes one pause before attempting to judge which of the two warring factions was good or evil, Marduk won this battle, in much the same way that later St. George and St. Michael would defeat the serpent again. The cosmos was created from the body of the slain serpent, and man was created from the blood of the slain commander of the ancient army Kingu, thereby making man a descendant of the blood of the enemy, as well as the breath of the elder gods, a close parallel to the sons of god and daughters of men, reference in the Old Testament. Yet, though the identity of the victor is clear, there were and are certain persons and organizations that dared side with the vanquished, believing the Ancient Ones to be a source of tremendous and most unbelievable power. Worship of the Ancient Ones in history. Worship of the Ancient Ones in history. Let them curse it that curse the day, who are skillful to rouse Leviathan. Job 3:8. S. H. Hook, in his excellent Middle Eastern mythology, tells us that the Leviathan mentioned in Job and elsewhere in the Old Testament is the Hebrew name given to the serpent, Tiamat, and reveals that there was in existence either a cult or scattered individuals who worshipped or called up the serpent of the sea, or abyss. Indeed, the Hebrew word for abyss that is found in Genesis 1:2 is Huk, tells us, Tehom, which the majority of scholars take to be a survival of the name of the chaos dragon Tiamat in the Hebrew text. It is this Tiamat, or Leviathan, that is identified closely with Cthulhu, or Cthulhu, within the pages of the Necronomicon, although both names are mentioned independently of each other, indicating that somehow Cthulhu is the male counterpart of Tiamat, similar to Apsu. This monster is well known to cult worship all over the world. In China, however, there is an interesting twist. Far from being considered a completely hostile creature dedicated to the erasure of mankind from the page of existence, the dragon is given a place of preeminence, and one does not hear of a Chinese angel or saint striving to slay the dragon, but rather to cultivate it. The Chinese system of geomancy, Feng Shui, pronounced Feng Shui, is the science of the understanding the dragon currents, which exists beneath the earth. These same telluric energies that are distilled in such places as Chartres Cathedral in France, Glastonbury Tor in England, and the ziggurats of Mesopotamia. In both the European and Chinese cultures, the dragon or serpent is said to reside somewhere below the earth. It is a powerful force, a magical force, which is identified with mastery over the created world. It is also a power that can be summoned by the few and not the many. However, in China, there did not seem to be a backlash of fear or resentment against this force as was known in Europe and Palestine, and the symbol of might and kingship in China is still the dragon. In the West, the conjuration, cultivation, or worship of this power was strenuously opposed with the advent of the solar monotheistic religions, and those who clung to the old ways were effectively extinguished. The wholesale slaughter of those called witches during the Inquisition is an example of this, as well as the Solomon twisted, that it is to say, purposeless and unenlightened celibacy that the Church espoused. For the Orgon of Wilhelm Reich is just as much Leviathan as the Kundalini of the Tantric adepts and the power raised by the witches. It has always, at least in the past 2,000 years, been associated with the occultism and essentially with rites of evil magic, or the forbidden magic, of the enemy and of Satan. And the twisting sacred spiral formed by the serpent of the Caduceus, or Caduceus, and by the spinning of the galaxies, is also the same Leviathan as the spiral of the biologist's code of life, deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. The goddess of the witches. The current revival of the cult called Wicca is a manifestation of the ancient secret societies that sought to tap this telluric occult force and use it to their own advantage, and to the advantage of humanity, as was the original intent. The raising of the cone of power through circle dancing is probably the simplest method of attaining results in rousing Leviathan, and has been used by societies as diverse as the dervishes in the Middle East and the python dancers of Africa, not to mention the round dances that were familiar to the Gnostic Christians, and the ones held every year in the past at Chartres. The witches of today, however, while acknowledging the importance of the male element of telluric power, generally prefer to give the greater honor to the female principle, personified as the goddess. The goddess has also been worshipped all over the world, and under many names, but is still essentially the same goddess. That Tiamat was undoubtedly female is to the point, and that the Chinese as well as the Sumerians perceived two dragon currents, male and female, gives the researchers a more complex picture. The green dragon and the red dragon of the alchemists are thus identified as the positive and negative energies that comprise the cosmos of our perception, as manifest in the famous Chinese yin-yang symbol. But what of Inayana, the single planetary deity, having a female manifestation among the Sumerians? She is invoked in the Necronomicon and identified as the vanquisher of death, for she descended into the underworld and defeated her sister, the goddess of the abyss, Queen Reshkigal, possibly another name for Tiamat. Interestingly enough, the myth has many parallels with the Christian concept of Christ's death and resurrection, among which the crucifixion, Inayana, was impaled on a stake as a corpse. The 3 days in the Sumerian Hades and the eventual resurrection are outstanding examples of how Sumerian mythology previewed the Christian religion by perhaps as many as 3,000 years, a fact that beautifully illustrates the cosmic and eternal nature of this myth. Therefore, the goddess of the witches has two distinct forms: the ancient one, goddess of the dragon-like telluric power, which is raised in magical rituals, and the elder goddess, defeater of death, who brings the promise of resurrection and rejuvenation to her followers, those who must reside for a time after death and between incarnations in what is called the Summerland. Summerland. Sumerland. Another hallmark of the craft of the wise is evident within the Necronomicon, as well as in general Sumerian literature, and that is the arrangement of the cross-quarter days, which make up half of the craft's official pagan holidays. These occur on the eves of February 2nd, May 1st, August 1st, and November 1st, and are called Candlemas, Beltane, Lammas, and Samhain, or Hallows, respectively. The name Lammas has a curious origin in the dunes at Sumer. It is no less than the name of one of the 4 mythological beasts of the astrological fixed signs, Lammas being the name of the half-lion, half-man guardian of Leo, the sign governing most of August, when the feast of Lammas takes place, and Uster being that of Aquarius, February, said that of Taureau, May, and Natig, that of Scorpio, November. I do not believe that this is a fantastic assumption, the Sumerian origin of the Feast of Lammas. Indeed, it seems just as valid as the ideas of Idris Shah concerning craft etymology as presented in this book, the Sufis. It is also not far-fetched to assume that these 4 beasts were known to the entire region of the Middle East, as they appear on the Sphinx in Egypt, and have become the symbols of the 4 evangelists of the Christian New Testament, an ironic and splendid result of the ignorance of the Greek religious historians concerning the ancient mysteries. Probably the most inconsistent concept the Sumerians possessed with reference to the craft is the naming of the goddess as a deity, not of the moon, as the craft would have it, but the planet Venus. The moon was governed by a male divinity, Nyana, like Inayana, but minus the initial I, and was considered the father of the gods by the earliest Sumerian religion. It should be noted, however, that all of the planetary deities termed the zoned ones, or zone, in Greek, and indeed all of the Sumerian deities, had both male and female manifestations, showing that the Sumerian definitely recognized a yin-yang composition of the universe. The male moon idea is the editor is given to understand common to the so-called Aryan mythologies. There is also evidence to show that every god and goddess also had both a good and an evil nature, and evil gods were banished in the exorcism formula of the civilization, as well as the lesser forms of the demon. The Horned Moon. As mentioned, the god of the moon was called Nyana by the Sumerians. By the later Sumerians and Assyrians, he was called Sin. In both cases, he was the father of the gods of the planetary realm, the Zoni, and was depicted as wearing horns, a symbol familiar to the witches as representative of their god. The horn-shaped crown is illustrative of the crescent phases of the moon, and were symbolic of divinity in many cultures around the world, and were also thought to represent certain animals who were horned and worshipped for their particular qualities, such as the goat and bull. They also represent sexual power. The fact that in ancient Sumeria and Egypt, horns were not solely representative of evil gods, but of many different deities, was used by the Christian Church in their attempt to eradicate the pagan faiths. It was a simple enough symbol to identify with the author of evil, Satan, which the Church depicted as a half-animal, half-human creature with horns, claws, and sometimes a tail. The Church's use of the horns as a sort of archetype of evil is quite similar to the feeling many people have today with regards to the swastika used by the Nazis, a symbol which has become the archetype of an evil sigil in the West. The fact that it is a highly valued mystical and religious symbol in the East is something that is not well known. What is worse, the image of the devil, as perpetrated by the Church, is simultaneously representative of sexual energy, and can be safely compared to Jung's archetype of the shadow, the psychic repository of a man's innate maleness, as the anima represents that part of a man which is feminine. Truly, the pictures painted of a satanic ritual by the pious Catholic clergyman was one of sexual orgies and perversions, and the handbook of the Inquisitors, the Malleus Maleficarum, which has been responsible for the deaths of many more people than even Hitler's Mein Kampf, is full of detailed sexual imagery and reveals the nature of the souls of the monks who wrote it, rather than of the innocents it was used to massacre. Eventually, Satanism, Protestantism, and Judaism were inextricably woven together to form a patchwork quilt of evil that the Church attempted to destroy during the Middle Ages, with fire and sword. As a matter of fact, a certain type of devil worship did exist during those times, but ironically the acolytes of hell were usually never brought to trial, something which stems from the fact that many of those who celebrated and attended the infamous Black Masses of the period were Roman Catholic clergymen, many of whom has been pressed into his service at a young age by their parents, who wished to see their sons brought up well-fed and educated in those uncertain times, where the Church was the sole power and the refuge, the frustration at being condemned to a life that demanded the abandonment of society, and a normal life led many priests to express their hostilities through the office of the demon, the Black Mass. Often, this was also a means of political demonstration, as the Church controlled virtually all the political life of the period. In a way, as though in a test tube at a philosophical laboratory, Aleister Crowley was brought up under similar circumstances, although very far removed in time from the days of the Church's immense temporal power. Coming from a fanatically religious Christian family, and suddenly freed upon the neighborhood of Cambridge, Crowley did, in a sense, turn Satanist. He identified strongly with the underdog, politically as well as spiritually, and came eventually to take the name of the beast as his own, and expound a philosophy that he hoped would rip apart the worn tapestry of the established moral Christian atmosphere of Victorian England, and expose it for what it really was, a carpet made of many ingenious threads, and not God, or eternal happiness at all, only nap. Therefore, it seemed almost logical that he should seek in the defeated old religions of the world for the basis of his new philosophy, and, some say, his new religion. He raised the female aspect back up to one of the equality with the male, as it was in the rites of Egypt and Ulysses. Our Lady Babylon, his spelling, became a theme of many of his magical writings, and he received his credo, the Book of the Law, through a woman, his wife, Rose Kelly. The lunar element, as well as the Venusian, are certainly accessible in his works. It has even been said in occult circles that he had a hand in putting together the grimoire of one Gerald Gardner, founder of a contemporary witchcraft movement called the Book of Shadows. The moon has an extremely important, indeed indispensable role in the tantric sex magic rites that so preoccupied Crowley and the Ordo Templi Orientis. There can be no true magic without woman, nor without man, and in the symbolic language of the occult, there can be no sun without the moon. In alchemy, ceremonial magic, and witchcraft, the formula is the same, for they all deal with the identical properties, whether they are called the sun and the moon of the elixir vitae, the male and female participants in a rite of Indian or Chinese tantricism, or the shadow and anima of Jungian depth psychology. For many years, the moon remained the prime deity of the Sumerians, constituting the essential personam of a religious and mystical drama that was performed roughly 3000 BC amid the deserts and marshes of Mesopotamia. Side by side with the worship of the moon, Nayana, there was fear of the demon Pazuzu, a genie so amply recreated in the book and the movie by Blady, the Exorcist, and similarly recognized as the devil himself by the Church. Pazuzu, the beast, was brought to life by Aleister Crowley, and the demon walked the earth once more, with publicity provided by H.P. Lovecraft. The Devil. Pazuzu was a prime example of the type of devil of which the Sumerians were particularly aware, and which they depicted constantly in their carvings and statues. The purpose of this iconography was to ward off the spiritual and psychic circumstances which would precipitate a plague or some other evil. Evil to destroy evil. Although the ancient peoples of the world were conscious of an entity we might call the author of all evil, the devil or Satan, as evident in the Sumerian creation epic and the rumored existence of the cult of Set of the Egyptians, the more pressing concern was usually the exorcism of the little devils that tormented society. There is no exorcism of Tiamat. She exists, somehow, just as the abyss exists, and is perhaps the indispensable to human life if we think of her as typifying the female quality of energy. Although Marduk was responsible for halving the monster from the sea, the Sumerian tradition has it that the monster is not dead, but dreaming, asleep below the surface of the earth. Strong, potent, dangerous, and very real, her powers can be tapped by the knowledge who are skillful to rouse Leviathan. Although the Christian religion has gone to great lengths to prove that the devil is inferior to God and exists solely for his purpose as the tempter of man, surely a dubious raison d'etre. The Sumerian tradition acknowledges that the Persian of evil is actually the oldest, most ancient of the gods, whereas Christianity states that Lucifer was a rebel in heaven and fell from God's grace to ignominy below. The original story was that Marduk was the rebel and severed the body of the ancient of ancient ones to create the cosmos. In other words, the precise reverse of the Judeo-Christian dogma. The elder gods eventually possessed a certain wisdom that was not held by their parents, yet their parents held the power, the primal strength, the first magic that the elder ones tapped to their own advantage, for they were begotten of her. It is generally accepted in the halls of magic that all of the wisdom in the world is useless without the necessary adjunct of power. This power has gone by many names as the goddess and the devil have, but the Chinese symbolize it by the dragon. It is the force of will and relies heavily upon the biochemical matter that makes up the human body, and, hence, the human consciousness, to give it existence. Science is coming around to accept the fact that the will does exist, just as the point where psychology has determined it does not, in the behaviorist's vain attempt to eradicate what has always been known to constitute vital parts of the psyche from their consideration in pseudo-scientific experimentation, leaving us with the white mice and pigeons of Kussler's The Ghost in the Machine. Science, ancient sister of magic, has begun to realize the human potential that resides inconspicuously in the spiral-mapped matter of the brain, just as the magicians, accused of trafficking with the devil, were said to have developed tremendous power over natural phenomena. Science has ascended to that realm unblamed and guiltless. The Pope has ridden in aircraft. Cardinals have flown in choppers over battlefields in Southeast Asia, urging technological ecocide, invoking Christ, pronouncing damnation and the devil on the industrially inferior man. Ecce qui tolit peccata mundi. And the rock group from England, home of the Anglican heresy, sings of sympathy for the devil, Pazuzu. Tiamat, the seven deadly sins, the fear of Lovecraft, the pride of Crowley. The lunar landing was the symbolic manifestation of man's newly acquired potential power to alter the nature, and perhaps via nuclear weapons, the course of the heavenly bodies, the Zoni, the elder gods. It is a power the ancient ones have been waiting for millennia, and it is now within their grasp. The next century may deliver unto mankind this awesome power and responsibility, and will leave him knocking on the dread doors of the Izanai, the Igigi, approaching the barrier that keeps out the Apsu, and one day, without benefit of the Necronomicon, the race of man will smash the barrier, and the ancient ones will rule once more. An alternative possibility exists, that by landing on the moon we have come to reinstate the ancient covenant, and thereby assure our protection against the outside, since the gods are forgetful. By treading on their celestial spheres, we are reminding them of their ancient obligations to us, their created ones. For, as it is said in one of man's most ancient of covenants, the Emerald Table, as above, so below. Man's power to alter the nature of his environment must develop simultaneously with his ability to master his inner environment, his own mind, his psyche, soul, spirit. Perhaps then the lunar landing was the first collective initiation for humanity, which will bring it one step closer to a beneficent force that resides beyond the race of the cruel celestial spirits, past the abyss of knowledge. Yet he must remember that the occult powers that accompany magical attainment are ornamental only, indications of obstacles overcome on the path to perfection, and are not to be sought after in themselves, for therein lies the truth, death. Lovecraft saw this evil as the world passed from one war and moved menacingly towards another. Crowley prepared for it and provided us with the formula. The mad Arab saw it all in a vision and wrote it down. He was perhaps one of the most advanced adepts of his time, and he certainly has something to say to us, today in a language the intuition understands, yet they called him mad. Accompanied in the ranks of the insane by such madmen as Nietzsche, Artaud, and Reich, the mad Arab makes a fourth in a life and death game of cosmic bridge. They're all voices crying in that wilderness of madness that men call society, and as such were ostracized, stoned, and deemed mentally unfit for life. But for them, justice will come when we have realized that the ship of state and the ship of St. Peter have become mere ships of fools, with captains who course the seas by stars, ignoring the eternal ocean, and then we will have to look to the prisoners in the hold for navigational guidance. It is there, always, and Cthulhu calls. Prefatory notes. The present manuscript was delivered into the hands of the editor by a priest who had managed to get ordained through uncanonical methods, which have been entertainingly described in the several books and articles on the ecclesiastic phenomenon, the wandering bishops. Just such an unorthodox prelate was Father Montague Summers, who wrote numerous books on demonology, witchcraft, and the like. Suffice it to say, we were rather doubtful as to the authenticity of the work before us. In the first place, it was in Greek, and for quite a while it was difficult to ascertain what it might actually be, save for the title Necronomicon, and the many weird drawings. In the second place, after translation, we found several internal inconsistencies, and some evidence that would suggest we did not possess the entire work. There may still be some missing, or the irregular monastic might have withheld certain of the chapters. As the chapters are not numbered, it is too difficult to say. A great deal of misfortune accompanied the publication of this book. First, we went through more than one translator. The last finally absconded with his preface, describing his work in some detail. This we will have to do from memory in the following pages. At one point, an unscrupulous publisher from the West Coast took a copy of the initial preface and some of the miscellaneous pages in translation, including some dummies, which we were in the habit of giving potential publishers for our protection, and went off and has not been heard from again. At a crucial stage in the preparation of the manuscript, the editor was stricken with a collapsed lung and had to undergo emergency surgery to save his life. But let us proceed with the description of the contents of the Necronomicon. Within these pages, a series of the myths and rituals are presented that have survived the darkest days of magic and occultism. The exorcisms and bindings of the famous Maklu text are here presented for the first time in the English, although not completely, for the originals in their entirety were evidently not known to the author of the Necronomicon, nor are they to present scholarship, the various tablets upon which they were written being cracked and effaced, in many places rendering translation impossible. The Magan text, which comprises the creation epic of the Sumerians with much later glosses, and the account of Inanna's descent into the underworld, along with more extraneous matter, is presented. The unique Book of the Entrance has no counterpart in occult literature, and the drawings of magical seals and symbols are wholly new to anything that has yet appeared on the contemporary occult scene, although bearing some resemblance to various diagrams found in the ancient Arabic texts of the last millennium. Although some of the characters found in these pages can be traced to Mandaic and Demotic sources, and are evidently of a much later date than the rites of Sumer, the overall appearance of the seals is quite unusual, almost surreal. The book begins with an introduction by the alleged author, the Mad Arab, the name that Lovecraft made famous, Abdul al-Hazred, does not appear in our copy of the MS, the manuscript, and ends with a sort of epilogue by the same Arab. We have called the first part the Testimony of the Mad Arab, and the latter the Testimony of the Mad Arab, the second part. The second part is the most chilling. The author has, by this stage in the writing of his opus, become fearful for his soul, and begins to repeat himself in the text, saying things he has already said in previous chapters, as though having forgotten he had said them, or perhaps to stress their importance. The second testimony is riddled through with non sequiturs and bits of incantation. He does not finish the book. It trails off where he would have signed it, presumably in the Arab manner, by giving his lineage. Instead, it ends before he can name himself or even one relation. We can only imagine with horror what fate befell this noble sage. Another problem that confronts the editor is the suspected frequency of copyists' glosses. That is, there do seem to be occasionally bits of sentence or fragments of literature that would seem to be inconsistent with the period in which the text was written. However, no final word can be said on this matter. The difficulty arises in the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. For instance, in the Magan text, the final verse is read as though from the Chaldean oracles of Zoroaster. Stoop not down, therefore, into the darkly shining world, which might have been of Greek origin and not Zoroastrian. It is a question for scholars. The etymology of certain words is a game that has fascinated both the editor and perhaps a score or more of Sumerian researchers of the past. The Sumerian origin of many of the words and place names we use today provides us with an insight into our own origins. For instance, the Sumerian word for temple is bar, from which we get our word barrier, or so it is said by Wattle. This makes sense in the context of the Necronomicon, which is very much concerned with the erecting and maintaining of barriers against the hostile forces outside. The etymology is even dramatic where magic is concerned, and aids us in understanding even Crowley's system better than we do. As an example, Crowley or Iwas ends the Book of the Law with the words Om-Ha. In the Sumero-Aryan dictionary by Wattle, we read that the word Om was known to the Sumerians, in almost the same sense that it was and is known to the Hindus. It is a sacred word and pertains to the Lord of Magicians, Enki. Further, the Greek spelling of Enki was Ea, by which he is most commonly known in the European texts, which treats of Sumeriology. In the Greek alphabet, Ea would appear as Ha. Qed, Ha, betrays the essential Sumerian character of that book. After the initial testimony, we come to the chapter entitled Of the Zoni and Their Attributes. Zoni is, of course, a Greek word and refers to the planetary or heavenly bodies, for they are zoned, Example, having set courses in spheres. They are also known as such in the Chaldean oracles. The spirits of bodies that exist beyond the zoni are called the azoni, or azonai, meaning unzoned. Whether this refers to the so-called fixed stars having no sphere, ascertainable to the early astronomers, or to the comets, is unknown to the editor. Whatever the case may be, the Zonai seem to include the 7 philosophical planets, example including the Sun and Moon as planetary bodies, along with Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Each has their own seal and their own number. Kenneth Grant, author of Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, may be interested to know, or may already know, that the number of the Sumerian goddess of Venus, hence of love and war, is 15. In many of the ancient tablets of that period, she is actually referred to as the 15, as a shortcut to spelling out the whole name in cuneiform. We assume, and Grant made much of the goddess 15 in his study of Crowley's system as related to Tantricism, without mentioning the name by which the goddess is quite well known, or even mentioning her native country. After the chapter of Zonai, we come to the Book of Entrance, which is really a system of self-initiation into the planetary spheres, and may have something to do with the planetary arrangement of the steppes of the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, which were 7-storied mountains. Not much is revealed to the potential candidate for initiation as to how these gates work or what he might find there, save to say that the key of one gate lies in the mastering the gate before it. The mad Arab was either keeping a sacred secret or found human language inadequate to the task of describing what other initiates in similar systems have expressed in the vague abstractions of the truly illuminated, likening the experience to an LSD trip. The incantations of the gates follow and are probably meant to accompany the preceding chapter, being prayers proper to each of the celestial gates. The conjuration of the fire god follows this and resembles the others in its mixture of Greek and Sumerian phrases. It should be noted here that wherever a Sumerian phrase appears in the original manuscript, we have kept it as it is, untranslated, as we kept the mad Arab would have wanted it. Quite possibly, even he did not know the exact meanings of much of the conjurations in the old tongue, but viewed it as a barbarous tongue, which must be preserved because of its essential power. Indeed, with the publication of this book, Sumerian may become as popular among magicians as the strange angelic language of Enochian, discovered by Dr. Dee in Elizabethan England. In Greek, in the original manuscript, a common incantation would look something like this, using Roman characters for the Greek. O kakos theos, o kakos daimon, o daimon numa tau, orano tumatete, numa tes ges tumatete. O wicked god, O wicked demon, O demon, spirit of the sky remember, spirit of the earth remember. Yet a word like Shamash, the name of the solar deity, would read Samas, or Samus, and in the text of the Necronomicon, we would use the correct transliteration, phonetic, which would make the word read like its original. The conjuration of the Watcher follows the fire god conjuration. The word Watcher is sometimes used synonymously with angel, and sometimes as a distinct race apart from Angelos Egregori. The race of Watchers are said not to care what they watch, save that they follow orders. They are somewhat mindless creatures, but quite effective. Perhaps they correspond to Lovecraft's Shoggoths, save that the later became unwieldy and difficult to manage. After the Watcher comes the Maklu text, which appears to be a collection of exorcisms, which includes the famous Zilka, Zilka, Beza, Beza incantation in the original, to which a translation has been appended in this work. A translation evidently not at hand when the author compiled the manuscript. Thus, for the first time, this much-rumored exorcism is available in full and in English. After this, the Book of Calling needs little explanation. It is the grimoire of the Necronomicon, containing the formula of ritual conjuration, as well as the seals and diagrams to accompany the rites. It is followed by the Book of 50 Names, being 50 separate powers of the god Marduk, defeater of chaos. This is interesting in that the names seem to come from Enuma Elish, in which the elder gods confer these 50 names upon Marduk as titles in their appreciation of his routing of evil. A sigil is given for each of the names, and a word of prayer of power for most of them. Then appears the centerpiece of the book, the Magan text. The word Magan may mean the land of the Magan, which was said to lie in the west of Sumer. For a time, it seems, the name Magan was synonymous with the place of death, as the sun died in the west. Hence, it is a bit confusing as to what Magan is really supposed to mean in this text. But in context, the place of death explanation seems quite valid. The Magan text is nothing more than an incomplete and free-form version of the creation epic of Sumer, along with Inanna's descent into the underworld and many glosses. We are told how Marduk says Tiamat after much the same fashion that the chief of police of Amity slays the great white shark in Ben Shelley's novel Jaws, blowing an evil wind, the oxygen tank, into her mouth and sending in an arrow bullet in after it to explode her. Surely the 2 or 3 most box office successful films of the past few years, Jaws, The Exorcist, and perhaps The Godfather, are an indication that the essence of Sumerian mythology is making itself felt in a very real way in this, the latter half of the 20th century. After the long and poetic Magan text comes the Eurylia text, which might be Lovecraft's R'lyeh text and is subtitled Abominations. It has more specifically to do with the worship of the serpent and the nature of the cults that participate in the concelebration of sin. Again, more conjurations and seals are given, even though the reader is charged not to use them. An inconsistency that is to be found in many grimoires of any period, and perhaps reveals a little of the magician's mentality, for there is very little that is evil to the advanced magus, who cares not if he deal with angelic or demonic forces, save he gets the job done. Then, following the Eurylia text and forming the very end of the received manuscript, is the second part of the Testimony of the Mad Arab. It is a haunting and sorrowful melody of the mind of this much talked about but little known occult personality. Was he really mad? This is perhaps a question that will go on for as long as man tries to understand himself as a part of the cosmic dance and spiral, which includes the satanic as well as the deific, the sad as well as the happy. Perhaps the Arab was privy to some other worldly secret that he could not reveal. Perhaps he had opened the door by mistake, his own personal gate to the abyss, and was forced to cross its threshold into the unknown. We may never know, or we may wish we never had. The Editor, New York, New York, October 12th, 1975. The chart of comparisons, showing some relationships to be found between the mythos of Lovecraft, the magic of Crowley, and the faith of Sumer. Love's Cthulhu is Crowley's the great beast as represented in Kuta 666. Sumer Cthulhu, Cthulhu. Lovecraft's The Ancient Ones, Azathoth, and the Dunwich Horror is Crowley's Satan, Titan, Ivas, and Kronzon. Sumer's Tiamat, Azathoth, and Pazuzu. Lovecraft's Shub-Niggurath, Out of Space, Ea, is Crowley's Pan, the Abyss, Eo, Eao, which is Sumer's Shub-Ish-Niggurab, Apsu, Nar, Mataru, Ea, Ja, Ea, Lord of Waters. Lovecraft's The Five-Pointed Grey Star Carven is Crowley's The Pentagram, the R in Sumer, which is Or-Ub Plo sign, the original pentagram and sign of the Aryan race. And Lovecraft's Vermis Mysteries is Crowley's The Serpent, which is Sumer's Erim the Enemy, and the sea as Chaos, Gothic Orm, or Worm, Great Serpent. This is, of course, by no means a complete list, but rather an inspirational sampling. Meditation upon the various things mentioned in the mythos will permit the scholar to draw his own conclusions. Research upon the etymology of both Lovecraft's and Crowley's respective literature enables the occultist to discover the ancient names and numbers for much of his own familiar material. Note that Lovecraft may have heard of Crowley is hinted at darkly in his short story The Thing on the Doorstep, in which he refers to a cult leader from England who had established a covenstead of sorts in New York. In that story, published in Weird Tales in 1936, the cult leader is closely identified with Chthonic forces, is described as notorious, and linked to the strange fate that befell the protagonist, Edward Derby. Supplementary material to 777. The chart that follows is based on research presently available to the editor with regard to Sumerian and Assyrio-Babylonian religions. Entries in parentheses refer to the state of correspondences before the advent of the elder gods. The race of Marduk, that is it reflects the nature of the cosmos before the fall of Marduk from heaven. Names of zodiacal constellations are after Budge's renderings. Table 7, AC, in connection to Table 25, S. 0, none on Table 7, and on Table 25 is Anu, Tiamat. 1. Sphere of the Prima Mobile, which is Enlil, Apsu. 2. Sphere of the Zodiac, or fixed stars, is Enki, Lumashi, Igigi. 3. Sphere of Saturn is Adar. 4. Sphere of Jupiter is Marduk. 5. Sphere of Mars is Nergal. 6. Sphere of the Sun is Utu. 7. Sphere of Venus is Inayana. 8. Sphere of Mercury is Nebo. 9. Sphere of the Moon is Nayana. 10. Sphere of the Elements is Kia. 11. Air is Ana. 12. Mercury is Gadod. 13. Moon is Sin. 14. Venus is Dlebat. 15. Aries is Agru or Zubr. 16. Toro is Kakabu Alap Shame or Kingu. 17. Gemini is Re Kinu Sham U Tu Ame Rabuti, Viper. 18. Cancer is Shitu or Snake. 19. Leo is Kalbu Rabu Lachamu. 20. Virgo is Shiru Whirlwind. 21. Jupiter is Omunpadu. 22. Libra is Zibanitum, Ravening Dog. 23. Water is Badr. 24. Scorpio is Akrabu, Scorpion Man. 25. Sagittarius is Pabil Sag, Hurricane. 26. Capricorn is Suksur Mash, Fishman. 27. Mars is Mastabaru. 28. Aquarius is Gula, Horned Beast. 29. Pisces is Dilgan u Rikis Nuni, Weapon. 30. Sun is Shamesh, or Shamash. 31. Fire is Ag. 32. Saturn is Kaimanu. 32. Biz, Earth, is Kia. And 31. Biz, Spirit, is Z. Notes on pronunciation. We cannot be absolutely certain how Sumerian and Akkadian were spoken, but many useful guidelines are available to the student, including the transliterated tablets found all over Mesopotamia. Basically, we can offer the following principles, which should prove of value in reciting the foreign language instructions. Vowels. A as in father, E or E as in way, I as in antique, O as in boat, but rarely found, and U as in Zulu. Consonants. Most are basically the same as in English. The Sumerians did not have an alphabet as we know it, but they had developed a syllabary, very much like the Japanese kana script of today. In phonetic transliterations, the English spelling sought to approximate the Sumerian pronunciation. However, there are a few sounds which English does not possess, and which have been put into phonetic variations. Important examples below. X as in German ach. Ch as above, which would be ch. Q as in like. K same as above. Sh as in shall. SS as in perhaps or lasso. A hissing s, common to Arabic languages. Z as in lots. A hard ts or z sound, not quite as in zoo, but z. Remember, in the transliterations which follow, every letter must be pronounced. There are no schwas or silent syllables in Sumerian. Hence, kia is pronounced kia. Kaimanu is pronounced kaimanu. Or if spoken rapidly, the two initial vowel sounds slur into kai, rhyming with high. The incantation should be said carefully and slowly at first to familiarize oneself with the tongue-twisting phrases. A mistake may prove fatal to the work. The spells, translated. Where possible, the editor has taken every opportunity to find the original Sumerian or Akkadian translation of a given Greek charm or conjuration. These will be given here. Also, the reader will find English translations of the Sumerian charms, as they are given in the Necronomicon. Not all the charms are available this way, and sometimes we have had to make do with near misses. Much of what is found here has come from the Maklu text, of which the only extant language is in the German or Talquist Diasirich Beschworgen Siri Maklu nach dem Originalisen in British Museum Herausgegeben Acta Societas Scientiarum Finica Tom 20, number 6, Helsingforsi, MDCCCXCV. The word maklu or maklu itself is controversial, but Talquist seems to think that it does indeed mean burning, especially so as the incantations to be found therein invariably entail burning something, usually a doll made in the likeness of a witch or evil sorcerer that the magician wished to dispose of. Hence, we have here probably the archetype of the great burning times of the Inquisition, when people were condemned to a fiery death as witches and pagans. The chant, "Burn the witch, burn," can be found in the Maklu text, in all its pristine glory. Indeed, Cthulhu calls. The conjuration, the binding of evil sorcerers. Alsi kunushi lani mushiti. Iti kunu alsi mushitum, kalatum kutumtum, alsi bararitum, kablitum, u namaritum, ashu kashaptu u kashipani, elinitum ubirani, ilia u ishtaria, ushish suelia, eliameria, amro sanako, imitikula, salalu musha u urra. Ku imtana alu pia, upu unti pia ipruzo, me mashtiti ia umatu ili li nubu ziduti si ipti. Izi zanima ilani rabuti shima adababi, tini dina alakti limda. Epush salam kashaptiya, o kashaptiya, shapishya, o meshtepishtiya, ismasarati, shamushi, pshururuksisha limnuti, pishalu zal, lu lishwanusha, lu tabtu shaikpu, amat limutiya, kima zal, lu litatuk, shaipushu, kishpi, Kima tapti lish sarmit kish rusha pu tu ru ipshetusha zuluku kalamatusha malaseri ina kibit ipkbu ilani mushitam. The conjuration, Zilka, Zilka, Besa, Besa, or a most excellent charm against the hordes of demons, etc. Arise, arise, go far away, be shamed, flee, Flee! Turn around! Go! Arise and go far away. Your wickedness may rise to heaven like unto smoke. Arise and leave my body. From my body depart in shame. From my body flee. Turn away from my body. Go away from my body. Do not return to my body. Do no come near my body. Do not approach my body. Do not throng around my body. Be commanded by Shemesh the mighty. Be commanded by Enki, lord of all. Be commanded by Marduk, the great magician of the gods. Be commanded by the god of fire, your destroyer. May you be held back from my body. Another binding of sorcerers. Salmania ana pagri tapkida tupira. Salmania ana pagri taksira tupira. Salmania iti pagri tushni la tupira. Salmanini di pagri tushni la tupira. Salmania ki max pagri takbira tupira. Salmaniana kulkulati tapkita tupira. Salmanina gari tapksaya tapira. Salmanina skupati tushni la tupira. Salmania na bishadori tapsa tupira. Salmania na gishbar tapkita tupira. The conjuration of the mountains of Mashu. May the mountain overpower you. May the mountain hold you back. May the mountain conquer you. May the mountain frighten you. May the mountain shake you to the core. May the mountain hold you in check. May the mountain subject you. May the mountain cover you. May the mighty mountain fall on you. May you be held back from my body. Note: the original translator had noted the resemblance between the Greek word for the Lord, Kyrios, and the Sumerian word for mountain, Kur, and for a type of underworld, Chthonic monster, which is also called Kur, and which refers to the Leviathan of the Old Testament. Also, in the particular conjuration, the word for mountain is Shadu, Shaddai. The old serpent Kur is, of course, invoked every day by the Christians Kyrie eleison. Common Sumerian words and phrases in English. Akhkaru, vampire. Alal, destroyer. Alazul, evil god. Bara, begone. Dingir Zul, evil god. Idin Nazul, go to the desert, a form of exorcism. Gelal, incubus. Gigim Zul, evil spirit. Gidim Zul, evil ghost. Idimu, demon. Idpa, fever. Kashaptu, witch. Larartu, phantom. Lalasu, specter. Lilit, succubus. Maskim Zul, evil fiend, ambusher, leer in wait. Mula Zul, evil devil. Rabishu, same as Maskim Zul. Talal, wicked demon, warrior. Uga, god of death. Oruku, larvae. Utuk Zul, evil spirit. Zidingir Anakampa, spirit, god of the sky, remember. Zidingir Kia Kampa, spirit, god of the earth, remember. A word concerning the original manuscript. The editor and the publishers anticipate that there will be a demand at first for privileged views of the original Necronomicon, whether out of curiosity's sake or by nervous experiments, who will be certain that we did not copy a sigil correctly, etc. Let us hasten to state at this point that the original manuscript is neither the property of the editor nor the publishers. We were given the right to translate and publish this work, with as much additional and explanatory material as needed, but not the right to hold the manuscript up to public inspection. We regret that this is the case, but we also feel that it might be advisable in reference to the dangerous character of the work involved. Perhaps one day a book will be written on the hazards of possessing such an original work in one's own home or office, including the fearful hallucinations, physical incapacities, and emotional malaise that accompanied this work from the onset of the translation to the end of its final published form. Therefore, as a matter of policy, we cannot honor any request to see the Necronomicon in its original state. Banishings. Read this section carefully. In the interim period between the translation and the publication of this work, the editor, along with a circle of initiates in another discipline, undertook to experiment with the rituals and forces outlined in the Necronomicon. In using the material alone or within a Western ceremonial structure such as the Golden Dawn system, we came upon startling discoveries in both cases. There are no effective banishings for the forces invoked in the Necronomicon itself. The rituals, incantations, formula of this book are of ancient origin, comprising some of the oldest written magical workings in Western occult history. The deities and demons identified within have probably not been effectively summoned in nearly 6,000 years. Ordinary exorcisms and banishing formula have thus far proved extremely inadequate, this by experiencing magicians, hence the following recommendations. The religion of the ancient Sumerian peoples seemed to have been lunar-oriented, a religion or religio-magical structure of the night, of darkness in a sense. Invocations using solar formula have proved thus far effective in successfully banishing Necronomicon demons and intelligences. For instance, the Kaddish prayer of the Jewish faith contains some solar elements that have proved resilient to inimical genii, and the vibration of the Lord's Prayer of the Christians is also a workable method. We suggest that individual operators utilize an equivalent solar, example positive light, invocation from their own religion or the religion of their ancestors. Should they no longer have a religion, or should they have changed it in their lifetime, for best practical purposes in the beginning, for those intent on actually using the rituals contained herein, it is advisable to take special care in the construction of the magical circle and of all magical defenses. A preliminary period of purification is well in order before attempting anything in this grimoire. Persons of unstable mental condition or unstable emotional condition should not be allowed, under any circumstances, to observe one of these rituals in progress. That would be criminal, and perhaps even suicidal. One of our colleagues was fearfully attacked by his dog directly following a fairly simple and uncomplicated formula from this book. This is definitely not a Gilbert chemistry set. The method of the Necronomicon concerns deep, primeval forces that seem to pre-exist the normal archetypal images of the tarot trumps and the Golden Dawn talismanic figures. These are forces that developed outside the Judeo-Christian mainstream and were worshipped and summoned long before the creation of the Kabbalah as we know it today. Hence the ineffectiveness of the Golden Dawn banishing procedures against them. They are not necessarily demonic or clipotic, in the sense that these terms are commonly understood in the West. They just simply represent power sources, largely untapped and thus far ignored by 20th century mainstream consciousness. The results of any experimentation with the book, as well as practical suggestions concerning its rituals, are welcomed by the publishers. Bibliography and suggested reading list. By no means complete, but representative alphabetically by author. Bernhard, Bennett, and Rice, New Handbook of the Heavens, New York, 1948. Budge, E.A., Amulets and Talismans, New York, 1970. Crowley, A., Book 4, Texas, 1972. The Book of Thoth, New York, 1969. Laboral vel Legis, New York, 1977. Magic, New York, undated, et al. Cumont, F., Oriental Religions and Roman Paganism, New York, 1956. Dornsief, Das Alphabet, in Mystik und Magie, Stoicheia, 7, Leipzig, 1925. Drower, E.S., The Book of the Zodiac, London, 1949. Fair Service, W.A., The Origins of the Oriental Civilization, New York, 1959. Fossey, C., La Magie Assyrienne, Paris, 1902. De la Foye, A., La pentagramme pythagoricienne, sa diffusion sont employés dans la célèbre cuneiforme babylonica, Paris, 1934. Genuolic, Les Deux de Liam, Recueil des travaux relatifs à la philologie et à la carologie égyptiennes et assyriennes, Paris, 1904, et Maspero. Grant K., Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, New York, 1974. The Magical Revival, New York, 1973. Gray J., Near Eastern Mythology, New York, 1969. Griffith and Thompson, The Leiden Papyrus, New York, 1974. Hook, S.H., Babylonian and Assyrian Religion, Oklahoma, 1975. Middle Eastern Mythology, New York, 1975. King, L. Babylonian Magic and Sorcery. London, 1896. Kramer, S.N. History Begins at Sumer. New York, 1959. Mythologies of the Ancient World. Edition. New York, 1961. Sumerian Mythology. Pennsylvania, 1972. Laurent, La magie et la divination, qu'est la Chaldeo Assyrianis. Paris, 1894. Lenormand, F. Science Occult. La magie, qu'est les Chaldeans. Paris, 1874. Lovecraft, H.P. Tales of the Cthulhu Mythos. New York, 1973. At the Mountains of Madness. New York, 1973. The Dunwich Horror. New York, 1963. The Lurker at the Threshold. With August Derleth. New York, 1971. Et al. Mason Etch. Gilgamesh edition. New York, 1972. Neugebauer. O. The Exact Sciences in Antiquity. New York, 1969. Pritchard, J. Near Eastern Texts Relating to the Old Testament. Princeton, 1958. Sapir Aud. Pseudonym. The Chaldean Oracles of Zoroaster. New York, undated. Signobos, C. The World of Babylon. New York, 1975. Seligman, K. Magic, Supernaturalism and Religion. New York, 1968. Shah, E. Oriental Magic. New York, 1973. The Secret Lore of Magic. New York, 1972. The Sufis. New York, 1973. Talquist, K.L. Die Assyrichs Beschworen Gisiri. Maklu nach dem Originalen in British Museum herausgegeben. Acta Societas Scientiarum Fenicae, Helsingfors, 1895. Thomas R.C. Reports of the Magicians and Astrologers of Nineveh and Babylon, London, 1900. Semitic Magic, London, 1904. The Devils and Evil Spirits of Babylonia, London, 1904. The Necronomicon. The Testimony of the Mad Arab. This is the testimony of all that I have seen, and all that I have learned in those years, that I have possessed the 3 seals of Mashu. I have seen 1,001 moons, and surely this is enough for the span of a man's life, though it is said the prophets lived much longer. I am weak and ill, and bear a great tiredness and exhaustion, and a sigh hangs in my breast like a dark lantern. I am old. The wolves carry my name in their midnight speeches, and the quiet, subtle voice is summoning me from afar. And a voice much closer will shout into my ear with unholy impatience. The weight of my soul will decide its final resting place. Before that time I must put down here all that I can concerning the horrors that stalk without, and which lie in wait at the door of every man. For this is the ancient arcana that has been handed down of old, but which has been forgotten by all but a few men, the worshippers of the ancient ones. May their names be blotted out. And if I do not finish this task, take what is here and discover the rest, for time is short, and mankind does not know nor understand the evil that awaits it. From every side, from every open gate, from every broken barrier, from every mindless acolyte, at the altars of madness, for this is the book of the dead, the book of the black earth, that I have writ down at the perils of my life, exactly as I received it, on the planets of the Igigi, or the Igigi, the cruel celestial spirits from the beyond, the wanderers of the wastes. Let all who read this book we be warned thereby that the habitation of men are seen and surveyed by that ancient race of gods and demons from a time before time, and that they seek revenge for that forgotten battle that took place somewhere in the cosmos and rent the worlds in the days before the creation of man, when the elder gods walked the spaces, the race of Marduk, as he is known to the Chaldeans, and of the Enki our master, the lord of magicians. Know, then, that I have trod all the zones of the gods, and also the places of the Azonai, and have descended unto the foul places of death and eternal thirst, which may be reached through the gates of Ganzir, which was built in in the days before Babylon was. Know, too, that I have spoken with all manner of spirit and demon, whose names are no longer known in the societies of man, or were never known, and the seals of some of these are writ herein, yet others I must take with me, when I leave you. Anu, have mercy on my soul. I have seen the unknown lands that no map has ever charted. I have lived in the deserts and the wastelands and spoken with demons and the souls of slaughtered men, and of women who have died in childbirth, victims of the she-fiend Lamashta. I have traveled beneath the seas in the sea of the place of our master, and found the stone monuments of vanquished civilizations, and deciphered the writings of some of these, while still others remain mysteries to any man who lives, and these civilizations were destroyed because of the knowledge contained in this book. I have traveled among the stars and trembled before the gods. I have, at last, found the formula by which I passed the gate of Arzir, and passed into the forbidden realms of the foul Igigi. I have raised demons and the dead. I have summoned the ghosts of my ancestors to real and visible appearance on the tops of the temples built to reach the stars and built to touch the nethermost cavities of Hades. I have wrestled with the black magician Azagthot in vain and fled to the earth by calling upon Inayana and her brother Marduk, lord of the double-headed axe. I have raised armies against the lands of the east by summoning the hordes of fiends. I have made subject unto me, and so doing from Nga, the god of the heathens, who breathes flames and roars like 1,000 thunders. I have found fear. I have found the gates that leads to the outside by which the ancient ones, whoever seek entrance to our world, keep eternal watch. I have smelled the vapors of that ancient one, queen of the outside, whose name is writ in the terrible Magan text, the testament of some dead civilization whose priests seeking power, sowing open the dread evil gate for an hour, passed the time and were consumed. I came to possess this knowledge through circumstances quite peculiar, while still the unlettered son of the shepherd in what is called Mesopotamia by the Greeks, when I was only a youth, traveling alone in the mountains to the east called Mashu, by the people who lived there. I came upon a grey rock carved with 3 strange symbols. It stood as high as a man, and as wide around as a bull. It was firmly in the ground, and I could not move it, thinking no more of the carvings, save that they might be the work of a king, to mark some ancient victory over an enemy. I built a fire at its foot to protect me from the wolves that wander in those regions, and went to sleep, for it was night, and I was far from my village, being Bet Darabia. Being about 3 hours from dawn, in the 19th of Shabbatu, I was awakened by the howl of a dog, or perhaps of a wolf, uncommonly loud and close at hand. The fire had died to its embers, and these red, glowing coals cast a faint, dancing shadow across the stone monument with the 3 carvings. I began to make haste to build another fire, when at once the grey rock began to rise slowly into the air, as though it were a dove. I could not move or speak for the fear that seized upon my spine and wrapped cold fingers around my skull. The Deek of Azogbelia was no stranger to me than this sight, though the former seemed to melt into my hands. Presently I heard a voice softly some distance away, and a more practical fear, that of the possibility of robbers, took hold of me, and I rolled behind some weeds, trembling. Another voice joined the first, and soon several men in the black robes of thieves came together over the place where I was, surrounding the floating rock, of which they did not exhibit the least fright. I could see clearly now that the 3 carvings on the stone monument were glowing a flame-red color, as though the rock were on fire. The figures were murmuring together in prayer or invocation, of which only a few words could be heard, and these in some unknown tongue. Though, Anu, have mercy on my soul, these rituals are not unknown to me any longer. The figures, whose faces I could not see or recognize, began to make wild passes in the air, with knives that glinted cold and sharp in the mountain's night. From beneath the floating rock, out of the very ground where it had sat, came rising the tail of a serpent. This serpent was surely larger than any I have ever seen. The thinnest section thereof was fully that of the arms of 2 men, and as it rose from the earth it was followed by another, although the end of the first was not seen, as it seemed to reach down into the very pit itself. These were followed by still more, and the ground began to tremble under the pressure of so many of these enormous arms. The chanting of the priests, for I knew them now to be the servants of some hidden power, became much louder and very nearly hysterical. Ia, Ia, Ziazag, Ia, Ziazkak, Ia, Cthulhu Zikr, Ia. The ground where I was hiding became wet with some substance being slightly downhill from the scene I was witnessing. I touched the wetness and found it to be blood. In horror I screamed and gave my presence away to the priests. They turned towards me, and I saw with loathing that they had cut their chests with the daggers they had used to raise the stone for some mystical purpose. I could not then divine, although I know now that blood is the very food of these spirits, which is why the field after the battles of war glows with an unnatural light, the manifestations of the spirits feeding thereon. May Anu protect us all. My scream had the effect of casting their ritual into chaos and disorder. I raced through the mountain path by which I had come, and the priests came running after me, although some seemed to stay behind, perhaps to finish the rites. However, as I ran wildly down the slopes in the cold night, my heart giving rise in my chest, and my head growing hot, the sound of splitting rocks and thunder came from behind me and shook the very ground I ran upon. In fright and in haste I fell to the earth. Rising, I turned to face whatever attacker had come nearest me. Though I was unarmed, to my surprise, what I saw was no priest of ancient horror. No, necromancer of that forbidden art, but black robes fallen upon the grass and weeds, with no seeming presence of life or bodies beneath them. I walked cautiously to the first, and picking up a long twig, lifted the robe from the tangle of weeds and thorns. All that remained of the priest was a pool of slime like green oil, and the smell of a body lain long to rot in the sun. Such a stench nearly overpowered me, but I was resolute to find the others, to see if the same fortune had also befallen them. Walking back up the slope that I had so fearfully run down only moments ago, I came across yet another of the dark priests in identical condition to the first. I kept walking, passing more of the robes as I went, not venturing to overturn them any longer. Then I finally came upon the gray stone monument that had risen unnaturally into the air at the command of the priests. It was now upon the ground once more, but the carvings still glowed with supernatural light. The serpents, or what I had then thought of as serpents, had disappeared, but in the dead embers of the fire, now cold and black, was a shining metal plate. I picked it up and saw that it also was carved, as the stone, but very intricately, after a fashion I found not understand. It did not bear the same markings as the stone, but I had the feeling I could almost read the characters, but could not, as though I once knew the tongue, but had since long forgotten. My head began to ache, as though a devil was pounding my skull, when a shaft of moonlight struck the metal amulet, for I know now what it was, and a voice entered into my head and told me the secrets of the scene I had witnessed in one word: Cthulhu. In that moment, as though whispered fiercely into my ear, I understood. These are the signs carved upon the gray stone that was the gate to the outside. And this is the amulet that I had in my hand and hold to this very day around my neck as I write these words. Of the three carved symbols, the first is the sign of our race from beyond the stars, and is called Ara in the tongue of the scribe who taught it to me, an emissary of the elder ones. In the tongue of the eldest city of Babylon it was It is the sigil of the covenant of the elder gods, and when they see it, they who gave it to us, they will not forget us. They have sworn. Spirit of the skies, remember. The second is the elder sign, and is the key whereby the powers of the elder gods may be summoned when used with the proper words and shapes. It has a name, and it's called Aga. The third sign is the sigil of the Watcher. It is called Bandar. The Watcher is a race sent by the Elder Ones. It keeps vigil while one sleeps, provided the appropriate ritual and sacrifice has been performed, else, if called, it will turn upon you. These seals, to be effective, must be graven on stone and set in the ground, or set upon the altar of offerings, or carried to the rock of invocations, or engraved on the metal of one's god or goddess, and hung about the neck, but hidden from the view of the profane. Of these three, the Ara and the Aga may be used separately, that is to say, singly and alone. The Bandar, however, must never be used alone, but with one or both of the others, for the Watcher must needs be reminded of the covenant it was sworn with the elder gods and our race. Else it will turn upon thee and slay thee and ravage thy town until succor is to be had from the elder gods by the tears of thy people and by wailing of thy women. Kakamu, the metal amulet that I retrieved from the ashes of the fire, and which caught the light of the moon, is a potent seal against whatever may come in the gate from the outside, for seeing it, they will retreat from thee. Save only if it catch the light of the moon upon its surface. For in the dark days of the moon, or in the clouds, there can be little protection against the fiends from the ancient land, should they break the barrier or be let in by their servants upon the face of the earth. In such a case, no recourse is to be had until the light of the moon shines upon the earth, and for the moon is the eldest among the Zonai, and is the starry symbol of our pact. Nyana, father of the gods, remember. Wherefore the amulet must be engraved upon pure silver, in the full light of the moon, that the moon shine upon it at its working, and the essence of the moon be drawn down and captured therein, and the proper incantations must be performed, and the prescribed rituals as given forth in this book, and the amulet must never be exposed to the light of the sun, for Shamash, called Udu, in his jealousy will rob the seal of its power. In such a case, it must be bathed in waters of camphor, and the incantations and ritual performed once again, but, verily, it were better to engrave another. These secrets I give to thee at the pain of my life, never to be revealed to the profane, or the banished, or the worshippers of the ancient serpent, but to keep within thine own heart, always silent upon these things. Peace be to thee. Henceforth, from that fateful night in the mountains of Mashu, I wandered about the countryside in search of the key to the secret knowledge that had been given me, and it was a painful and lonely journey, during which time I took no wife, called no house or village my home, and dwelt in various countries, often in caves or in the deserts, learning several tongues as a traveler might learn them, to bargain with the tradespeople and learn of their news and customs, but my bargaining was with the powers that reside in each of these countries, and soon I came to understand many things of which before I had no knowledge, except perhaps in dreams. The friends of my youth deserted me, and I them. When I was 7 years gone from my family, I learned that they had all died of their own hand, for reasons no one was able to tell me. Their flocks had later been slain as the victims of some strange epidemic. I wandered as a beggar, being fed from town to town as the local people saw fit, often being stoned instead and threatened with imprisonment. On occasion I was able to convince some learned man that I was a sincere scholar, and was thereby permitted to read the ancient records in which the details of necromancy, sorcery, magic, and alchemy are given. I learned of these spells that cause men illness, the plague, blindness, insanity, and even death. I learned of the various classes of demons and evil gods that exist, and of the old legends concerning the ancient ones. I was thus able to arm myself against the dread Maskim, who lie in wait about the boundaries of the world, ready to trap the unwary and devour the sacrifices set out at night and in deserted places, against also the she-devil, Lamashta, who is called the sword that splits the skull, the sight of whom causeth horror and dismay, and some say death of a most uncommon nature. In time I learned of the names and properties of all the demons, devils, fiends, and monsters listed herein in this book of the Black Earth. I learned of the powers of the astral gods, and how to summon their aid in times of need. I learned, too, of the frightful beings who dwell beyond, the astral spirits who guard the entrance to the temple of the lost, of the Ancient of Days, the Ancient of the Ancient Ones, whose name I cannot write here. And my solitary ceremonies in the hills, worshipping with fire and sword, with water and dagger, and with the assistance of a strange grass that grows wild in certain parts of the Mashu, and with which I had unwittingly built my fire before the rock, that grass that gives the mind great power to travel tremendous distances into the heavens, as also into the hells. I received the formula for the amulets and the talismans which follow, which provide the priests with safe passage among the spheres wherein he may travel in search of the wisdom. But now, after 1,001 moons of the journey, the Maskim nip at my heels, the Rabishu pull at my hair, Lamashta opens her dread jaws, Azaktot gloats blindly at his throne, Cthulhu raises his head and stares up through the veils of sunken Varlorni, up through the abyss, and fixes his stare upon me, wherefore I must with haste write this book, lest my end come sooner than I had prepared. For indeed it appears as though I have failed in some regard, as to the order of the rites, or to the formula, or to the sacrifices, for now it appears as if the entire host of Ereshkigal lies waiting, dreaming, drooling for my departure. I pray the gods that I am saved and not perish as did the priest Abdul ben Martu in Jerusalem. The gods remember and have mercy upon him. My fate is no longer writ in the stars, for I have broken the Chaldean covenant by seeking power over the Zonai. I have set foot on the moon, and the moon no longer has power over me. The lines of my life have been obliterated by my wanderings in the waste over the letters writ in the heavens by the gods, and even now I can hear the wolves howling in the mountains as they did that fateful night, and they are calling my name, and the names of the others. I fear for my flesh, but I fear for my spirit more. Remember always, in every empty moment, to call upon the gods, not to forget thee, for they are forgetful and very far away. Light thy fires high in the hills, and on top of the temples of the pyramids, that they may see and remember. Remember always to copy each of the formula as I have put it down, and not to change it by one line or dot, not so much as a hair's breadth, lest it be rendered valueless, or worse, a broken line provides means of entrance for those outside, for a broken star in the gate of Ganzir, the gate of death, the gate of the shadows and the shells. Recite the incantations as they are written here, in the manner thus prescribed. Prepare the rituals without erring, and in the proper places and times render the sacrifices. May the gods be ever merciful upon thee. May thou escape the jaws of the Maskim, and vanquish the power of the Ancient Ones, and the gods grant thee death before the Ancient Ones rule the earth once more. Kakamu Selah! Of the Zonai and their attributes. The gods of the stars are 7. They have 7 seals, each of which may be used in their turn. They are approached by 7 gates, each of which may be opened in their turn. They have 7 colors, 7 material essences, and each a separate step on the ladder of lights. The Chaldeans were but imperfect in their knowledge, although they had understanding of the ladder and certain of the formula. They did not, however, possess the formula for the passing of the gates, save one of whom it is forbidden to speak. The passing of the gates gives the priest both power and wisdom to use it. He becomes able to control the affairs of his life more perfectly than before, and many have been content to merely pass the first 3 gates and then sit down and go no further than that, enjoying the benefits that they have found on the preliminary spheres. But this is evil, for they are not equipped to deal with the attack from without that must surely come, and their people will cry unto them for safety, and it will not come forth. Therefore set thy face towards the ultimate goal, and strive ever onwards to the furthest reaches of the stars. Though it mean thine own death, for such as a death is a sacrifice to the gods, and pleasing, that they will not forget their people. The Zonai and their attributes then are as follows. The god of the moon is the god Nyana. He is father of the Zonai, and the oldest of the wanderers. He is long of beard, and bears a wand of lapis lazuli in his palm, and possesses the secret of the tides of blood. His color is silver. His essence is to be found in silver, and in camphor, and in those things bearing the sign of the moon. He is sometimes called Sin. His gate is the first you will pass in the rituals that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is also silver. This is the seal which you must engrave on the metal on the 13th day of the moon in which you are working, having no other person about you who may watch you in its manufacture. Being finished, it should be wrapped in a square of the finest silk, and lain aside until such time as you desire its use, and then it should be removed only after the sun has gone to its rest. No ray of sunlight should strike the seal, lest its power be rendered nil, and the new seal must needs be cast. The number of Nayana is 30, and this is his seal. The god of Mercury is Nebo. He is a very old spirit, having a long beard, and is the guardian of the gods as well as the keeper of the knowledge of science. He wears a crown of 100 horns, and the long robe of the priest. His color is blue. His essence is in that metal known as quicksilver, and is sometimes also found in sand and in those things bearing the sign of Mercury. His gait in the second you will pass in the rituals that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is blue. This is his seal, which you must write on perfect parchment, or on the broad leaf of a palm tree, having no other person about you who may watch you in its construction. Being finished, it should be wrapped in a square of the finest silk, and lain aside until such time as you desire its use, and then it should be removed only when its light is in the sky. Such is also the best time for its manufacture. The number of Nebo is 12, and this is his seal. The goddess of Venus is the most excellent queen in Nayana, called of the Babylonians Ishtar. She is the goddess of passion, both of love and of war. Depending upon her sign and the time of her appearance in the heavens, she appears as a most beautiful lady in the company of lions, and partakes of a subtle astral nature with the moon god Nayana. When they are in agreement, that is, when their two planets are auspiciously arranged in the heavens, it is as two offering cups split freely in the heavens, to rain the sweet wine of the gods upon the earth, and then there is great happiness and rejoicing. She sometimes appears in armor, and is thereby a most excellent guardian against the machinations of her sister, the dread queen Reshkigal, or Ker. With the name and number of Inayana, no priest need fear to walk into the very depths of the underworld, for being armed in her armor, he is similar to the goddess. I was thus that I descended into the foul pits that lie gaping between the crust of the earth, and commanded demons. She is similarly the goddess of love, and bestows a favorable bride upon any man who desires it, and who makes the proper sacrifice. But know that Inayana takes her own for her own, and that once chosen by her, no man may take another bride. Her color is the purest white. Her manifestation is in the metal copper, and also in the most beautiful flowers of a field, and in the saddest death of the battlefield, which is that field's fairest flower. Her gate is the third you will pass in the rites that follow, and in which place you will be of a heart to stay. But turn you face to the road that leads beyond, for that is your genuine goal, unless the goddess chooses you. Her step up on the ladder of lights, built of old in Babylon, and at is white. This is her seal, which you must engrave on copper, Venus being exalted in the heavens, with no one about watching its construction. Being finished, it is to be wrapped in the purest silk, and lain safely away, only to be removed when need arises at any time. The number of Inayana is 15, by which number she is frequently known in the incantations of the dispensation. Her seal is the following. The god of the sun is the Lord Shemesh, son of Nayana. He is seated upon a throne of gold, wearing a crown of 2 horns, holding a scepter aloft in his right hand, and a flame disk in his life, sending rays in every direction. He is the god of light and of life. His color is gold. His essence is to be found in gold, and in all golden objects and plants. He is sometimes called Udu. His gate is the 4th you will pass in the rituals that follow. His steps on the great ladder of lights is gold. This is the seal which you must engrave in gold when the sun is exalted in the heavens, alone on a mountaintop or some such place close to the rays, but alone. Being finished, it should be wrapped in a square of the finest silk, and lain aside until such time as it is needed. The number of Shemesh is 20, and this is his seal. The god of Mars is the mighty Nergal. He has the head of a man on the body of a lion, and bears a sword and flail. He is the god of war, and of the fortunes of war. He was sometimes thought to be an agent of the Ancient Ones, for he dwelt in Kuta for a time. His color is dark red. His essence is to be found in iron, and in all weapons made to spill the blood of men and of animals. His gate is the 5th, you will see as you pass the zones, and the rituals that follow. His steps on the ladder of light is red. This is the seal, which must be engraved on a plate of iron, or on paper in the blood, when Mars is in exaltation in the heavens. It is best done at night, far from habitations of men and of animals, where you cannot be seen or heard. It must be wrapped first in heavy cloth, then in fine silk, and hid safe away until such times as it is needed, but to take care not to use this seal hastily, for it is a sharp sword. The number of Nergal is 8, and this is his seal. The god of Jupiter is the lord of the magicians, Marduk Kyrios, of the double-headed axe. Marduk was born of our father, Enki, to do battle against the forces of the Ancient Ones. And he won a powerful fight, subduing the armies of evil, and putting the queen of the Ancient Ones beneath his foot. That serpent is dead, but dreams. Marduk was bestowed 50 names and powers by the council of the elder gods, which powers he retains to this day. His color is purple, his essence is in the material tin, and in brass. His gate is the 6th that you will come upon as you follow the rituals that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is purple. This is his seal, which you must engrave on a plate of tin or of brass when Jupiter is strong in the heavens, while making special invocation to Enki, our master. This shall be wrought as the others, and wrapped in pure silk and latten, away, until the time for its use. Know that Marduk appears as a mighty warrior with a long beard and a flaming disc in his hands. He carries a bow and a quiver of arrows, and treads about the heavens, keeping the watch. Take care to summon his assistance in only the most terrible of circumstances, for his might is powerful, and his anger fierce. When thou hast need of the powers of the star Jupiter, call instead one of thy appropriate powers listed within these pages, and they will surely come. The number of Marduk is 10, and this is his seal. The god of Saturn is Ninib, called Adar, the lord of hunters and of strength. He appears with a crown of horns and a long sword, wearing a lion's skin. He is the final Zonai, before the terrible Igigi. His color is the darkest black. His essence is to be found in lead, in the burnt embers of the fire, and in the things of death and of antiquity. The horns of a stag are his symbol. His gate is the last you will come upon in the rites that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is black. This is his seal, which you must engrave on a leaden plate or bowl, keeping it well hidden from the eyes of the profane. It should be wrapped and put away as all the others, until its use is desired. It should never be removed when the sun is in the sky, but only after the night has fallen, and the earth grown black. For Ninib knows best the ways of the demons that prowl among the shadows, looking for sacrifice. He knows best the territories of the Ancient Ones, the practices of their worshippers, and the locations of the gates. His realm in the realm of the night of time. His number is 4, as the quarters of the earth, and the following is his seal. The Book of Entrance, and of the Walking. The Book of Entrance. This is the Book of Entrance to the 7 zones above the earth, which zones were known to the Chaldeans and to the ancient races that preceded them among the lost temples of Ur. Know that these zones are governed by the celestial spirits, and that passage may be had by the priest through those lands that border on the unzoned wastes beyond. Know that when walking thus through the sea of spheres, he should leave his watcher behind, that it may guard his body and his property, lest he be slain unawares and must wander throughout eternity among the dark spaces between the stars, or else be devoured by the wrathful Igigi that dwell beyond. Know that thou must walk the steps of the ladder of lights, each in its place and one at a time, and that thou must enter by the gates in the lawful manner, as is put down in the covenant, else thou art surely lost. Know that thou must keep purified for the space of 1 moon for the entrance to the first step, 1 moon between the first and the second step, and again between the second and the third, and so on in like manner. Thou must abstain from spilling thy seed in any manner for like period of time, but thou mayest worship at the temple of Ishtar, provided thou lose not thine essence, and this is a great secret. Thou must needs call upon thy god in the dawn light, and upon thy goddess in the light of dusk, every day of the moon of purification. Thou must summon thy watcher, and instruct it perfectly in its duties, providing it with a time and a place whereby it may serve thee, and surround thee with a flaming sword in every direction. Thy clothing for the walking should be fair, clean, and simple, but appropriate to each step, and thou should have with thee the seal of the particular step whereupon thou walkest, which is the seal of the star appertaining thereunto. Thou must needs prepare an altar to face the north, having upon it the statues of thine deities, or some such suitable images, an offering bowl, and a brazier. Upon the earth should be inscribed the gate appropriate to the walking. If above thee is the sky, so much the better. If there be a roof above thine head, it must be free from all hangings. Not even a lamp should be suspended over thee, save in operations of calling, which is discussed elsewhere, if the gods grant me the time. The only light shall be from the 4 lamps upon the ground, at each of the 4 gates of the earth. Of the north 1 lamp, of the east 1 lamp, of the south 1 lamp, and of the west 1 lamp. The oil should be pure, with no odor, or else sweet-smelling. The perfumes is the brazier should also be sweet-smelling, or especially appropriate to the star where thou wouldst desire entrance, after the fashion of thy country. The 7 gates here follow. This is the first gate, the gate of Nayana called Sin. This is the second gate of Nebo. This is the third gate of Inayana called Ishtar. This is the fourth gate of Shamash called Odu. This is the 5th gate of Nergal. This is the 6th gate of Lord Marduk. This is the 7th gate of Ninib called Adar. And the ritual of the walking must follow the formula herein described. First thou must observe the moon of purification. In this time thou mayest not eat meat for the space of 7 days preceding the last day of the moon, and for the space of 3 days preceding the last day of the moon thou mayest not eat anything whatsoever, save to drink sweet water. On the last 3 days thou must invoke, in addition to thy god and goddess, the 3 great elder ones, Anu, Enlil, and Enki, by their proper invocations. And the number of Anu is 60, the perfect number, for he is father of the heavens. And the number of Enlil is 50, and he is the father of the wind. And the number of Enki is 40, a most excellent number, and he is our father. Of all who would tread these forgotten paths, and wander into lands unknown among the wastes, amid frightful monsters of the Yazonai. Second, on the night of the walking, which must be the 13th night of the moon, having begun on the previous 13th night, thou must approach the gate with awe and respect. Thy temple is exercised. Thou must light the fire and conjure it by the invocation of the god of the fire, and pour incense thereon. Thou must make offering to the deities on the altar. Third, thou must light the 4 lamps from the flaming brazier, reciting the invocation proper to each of these watchtowers, in its proper place, summoning the respective star. Fourth, thou must recite the invocations of the watcher, thrusting the sword into the earth, at its station, not touching it until it is the appointed time for its departure. Fifth, thou must take the seal of the star in thy right hand, and whisper its name softly upon it. Sixth, thou must recite the incantations of the walking loudly and in a clear voice as thou walkest about the gate in a circular fashion, beginning at the north and walking to the east, then to the south and to the west, the number of times being equal to the special number of the star. Seventh, thou must needs arrive back at the center of the gate, before thine altar, at which time thou must fall to the ground, looking neither to the right nor to the left at what may be moving there, for these operations attract many kinds of wandering demons and ghosts to the gates, but in the air above the altar, whereupon thou wilt presently see the gate opening for thee, and the spirit messenger of the sphere greeting thee in a clear voice, and giving thee a name which thou must remember, for that is the name of thy passing the gate, which thou must use each time thou passest thereby. The same spirit messenger will meet thee, and if thou know not thy name, he will forbid thee entrance, and thou wilt fall to the earth immediately. When the first gate has been entered, and the name received, thou wilt fall back to the earth amid thine temple. That which has been moving about thy gate on the ground will have gone. Recite thine thanksgiving to the gods upon thine altar. Strike the sword of the watcher that it may depart, and give the incantation of Inayana, which says how she conquered the realm of the underworld and vanquisheth Cthulhu. All Idimu will vanish thereby, and thou wilt be thus free to depart the gate and extinguish the fire. Thou mayest not call upon Nayana till thou hast passed the gate of Nayana. Thou mayest not call Nibu until his gate hast thou passed. Similarly for the rest of the gates, when thou hast ascended to the limit of the ladder of lights, thou wilt have knowledge and power over the spheres, and wilt be able to summon them, thereby in times of need. This will not give thee power over the Apsu, however this power being obtained differently by the ritual of the descent. This ritual thou wilt undertake in the 15th day after the 13th of the month, when thou hast summoned the gate of Marduk to open, for Marduk slew the fiends, and Inayana, the goddess of the 15, conquered the netherworld, where some of theirs still dwell. This is a most perilous rite, and may be undertaken by any man who has the formula, whether he has passed the previous gates or not. Say that it is best advised to have passed through Marduk gate before venturing forth into the pit. For this reason few have ever opened the gate of Adar, and spoken to the horned one who resideth there and giveth all manner of wisdom, regarding the operations of necromancy, and of the spells that hasten unto death. Only when thou hast shown thy power over the Maskim and the Rabishu, mayest thou venture forth to the land of the Igigi, and for that reason was this covenant made, that none shall safely walk through the sunken valleys of the dead before having ascended to Marduk, nor shall they breach the gates that lie beyond Adar until they have seen the signs of the mad god and felt the fury of the hellish queen. And against the ancient ones there is only defense. Only a madman, indeed, such as I am called, can hope to have power over them that dwell in the outer spaces, for their power is unknown, and the number of their hordes uncounted, and each day they breed more horrors than a man's mind can conceive, the sight of which he can hardly bear. There was a time when the gate to the outside was open too long, and I witnessed the horror that struck, of which words cannot speak, and of which writing can only confuse. The ancient one that had escaped into the inner world was forced back through the gate by a magician of great power, but only at a great loss to the villages and flocks of the island. Many sheep were slain after an unnatural fashion, and many devoured, and many bedew rendered senseless, for the mind perceives what it is shown, but the sight of the ancient ones is a blasphemy to the ordinary senses of a man, for they come from a world that is not straight but crooked, and their existence is of forms unnatural and painful to the eye and to the mind, whereby the spirit is threatened and wrenches loose from the body in flight. And for that reason the fearful Utuku Zul take possession of the body, and dwell therein, until the priest banish them back to whence they came, and the normal spirit may return to its erstwhile neighborhood. And there are the Alu, frightening dog-faced demons that are the messengers of the gods of prey, and that chew on the very bones of a man. And there are many other, of which this is not the rightful place wherein they may be mentioned, save to warn the priest against ambitious striving against the ancient ones of the outside, until mastery is acquired over the powers that reside within. Only when Adar has been obtained may the priest consider himself a master over the planes of the spheres, and able to wrestle with the old gods. Once death herself has been stared in the eye, can the priest then summon and control the denizens of death's darkly curtained halls? Then can he hope to open the gate without fear, and without that loathing of the spirit that slays the man. Then can he hope to have power over the demons that plague the mind and the body, pulling at the hair and grasping at the hands, and screaming vile names into the airs of the night. For what comes on the wind can only be slain by he who knows the wind, and what comes on the seas can only be slain by he who knows the waters. Thus it is written in the ancient covenant. The incantations of the gates. The invocation of Nayana Gate. Spirit of the moon, remember. Nayana, father of the astral gods, remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee, hearken and remember. From the gates of the earth I call to thee, from the 4 gates of the land key I pray to thee. O Lord, hero of the gods, who in heaven and upon the earth is exalted. Lord Nayana, of the race of Anu, hear me. Lord Nayana, called Sin, hear me. Lord Nayana, father of the gods of hear me. Lord Nayana, god of the shining crown of night, hear me. Maker of kings, progenitor of the land, giver of the gilded scepter, hear me and remember. Mighty Father, whose thought is beyond the comprehension of gods and men, hear me and remember. Gate of the great gates of the spheres, open unto me. Master of the Igigi, swing open thy gate. Master of the Anunnaki, open the gate to the stars. Ia namrasit, ia sin, ia nayana, basta maganasta, ia kia kampa, magabathi, ya nayana kampa, mashrita nayana zia kanpa, ia mag, ia gamag, ia zagastina kia, ashtag kalyosh. The invocation of the Nibu Gate. Spirit of the swift planet, remember. Nibu, custodian of the gods, remember. Nibu, father of the sacred writing, remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee. Hearken and remember. From the gate of the great god Nayana, I call to thee. By the name which I was given on the lunar sphere, I call to thee. Lord Nibu, who does not know of thy wisdom. Lord Nibu, who does not know of thy magic. Lord Nibu, what spirit on earth or in the heavens is not conjured by thy mystic writing? Lord Nibu, what spirit on earth or in the heavens is not compelled by the magic of thy spells? Nibu Kyrios, Lord of the subtle arts, open the gate to the sphere of thy spirit. Nibu Kyrios, master of the chemical science, open the gate to the sphere of thy workings. Gate of the swift planet, Mercurios, open unto me. Ya Zatotu, Ya Ngaku, Ya Zinibu, Marzazi Fornias Kampa, Lazakas Shin, Tasas Kampa, Nibos Athanatos Kampa, Ya Gash, Ya Sash, Ya Kaklomani Yash, Ya Makali. The invocation of the Ishtar Gate. Spirit of Venus, remember. Ishtar, mistress of the gods, remember. Ishtar, queen of the land of the rising of the sun, remember. Lady of ladies, goddess of goddesses, Ishtar, queen of all people, remember. O bright rising, torch of the heaven and of earth, remember. O destroyer of the hostile hordes, remember. Lioness, queen of the battle, hearken and remember. From the gate of the great god Nibu, I call thee. By the name which I was given on the sphere of Nibu, I call to thee. Lady, queen of the harlots and of the soldiers, I call to thee. Lady, mistress of battle and of love, I pray thee. Remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee. Hearken and remember. Suppressor of the mountains, supporter of arms, deity of men, goddess of women, where thou gazest the dead live. Ishtar, queen of night, open thy gate to me. Ishtar, lady of the battle, open wide thy gate. Ishtar, sword of the people, open thy gate to me. Ishtar, lady of the gift of love, open wide thy gate. Gate of the gentle planet, Libat, Open unto me. Ya Koshia, Ya Nayana, Ya Ernini, Ya Ashtapa Mabaka Kakr Inya Rabmi Loyak Zi Ishtari Kampa Inayana Ziama Kampa Bizama Kampa Ia Be Ye Razuluki. The Invocation of the Shemesh Gate. Spirit of the Sun, remember. Shemesh, Lord of the Fiery Disk, remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee, hearken and remember. From the gate of the beloved Ishtar, the sphere of Libat, I call to thee. Illuminator of darkness, destroyer of evil, lamp of wisdom, I call to thee. Shemesh, bringer of light, I call to thee. Cthulhu is burned by thy might. Azakthot is fallen off his throne before thee. Ishnigarab is scorched black by thy rays. Spirit of the burning disk, remember. Spirit of the never-ending light, remember. Spirit of the rending of the veils of the night, dispeller of darkness, remember. Spirit of the opening of the day, open wide thy gate. Spirit who rises between the mountains with splendor, open thy gate to me. By the name which I was given on the sphere of Ishtar, I ask thy gate to open. Gate of the sun, open to me. Gate of the golden scepter, open to me. Gate of the life-giving power, open, open. Ya Uduya, Ya Rusuluksi, Saktamaranya, Ya Atsarakia, Atsarelekiyu, Bartalakatamani, Ya Kampa, Zidingir, Uduya, Kampa, Zidingir, Ushtuya, Kampa, Zishta, Zidraku, Zibeloduk, Kampa, Yashta, Kampa, Ya. The Invocation of the Nergal Gate. Spirit of the Red Planet, remember. Nergal, God of War, remember. Nergal, Vanquisher of enemies, Commander of hosts, remember. Nergal, Slayer of lions and of men, remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee, hearken and remember. From the great gate of the Lord Shemesh, the sphere of the sun, I call to thee. Nergal, God of the sacrifice of blood, remember. Nergal, Lord of the offerings of battle, ravager of the enemy's towns, devourer of the flesh of man, remember. Nergal, wielder of the mighty sword, remember. Nergal, Lord of the arms and armies, remember. Spirit of the glow of the battlefield, open wide thy gate. Spirit of the entrance unto death, open thy gate to me. Spirit of the sailing lance, the thrusting sword, the flying rock, open the gate to the sphere to open who has no fear. Gate of the red planet, open. Gate to the God of War, swing wide. Gate to the God of Victory, got in battle, open to me. Gate to the Lord of Protection, open. Gate to the Lord of the Ara and the Aga, open. By the name which I was given on the sphere of Shemesh, I ask thee, open. Ia Nergalia, Ia Zi Anga Kampa, Ia Nga, Ia Ngria, Ia Ngia, Ia Zidingir, Ninya Kampa, Ia Kantalamakya, Tara Kampa. The Invocation of the Marduk Gate. Spirit of the great planets, remember. Marduk, God of victory over the dark angels, remember. Marduk, Lord of all lands, remember. Marduk, son of Enki, master of magicians, remember. Marduk, vanquisher of the ancient ones, remember. Marduk, who gives the stars their powers, remember. Marduk, who assigns the wanderers their places, remember. Lord of the worlds and of the spaces between, remember. First among the astral gods, hearken and remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee, hearken and remember. From the gate of the mighty Nergal, the sphere of the red planet, I call to thee, hearken and remember. Marduk, Lord of the 50 powers, open thy gates to me. Marduk, God of the 50 names, open thy gates to thy servant. By the name which I was given on the sphere of Nergal, I call to thee to open. Gate to the great God, open. Gate to the God of the double-headed axe, open. Gate to the Lord of the world between the worlds, open. Gate to the conqueror of the monsters from the sea, open. Gate to the golden city of Sagala, open. Ia Dag, Ia Gat, Ia Margol Kababanesh, Ia Marotuku, Ia Tuku, Surim, Sugurim, Zarim, Zagurim, Aksanga Banaksakana Babilukuku. The Invocation of the Ninib Gate. Spirit of the Wanderer of the Wastes, remember. Spirit of the planet of time, remember. Spirit of the planet of the hunter, remember. Ninib, Lord of the dark ways, remember. Ninib, Lord of the secret passages, remember. Ninib, knower of the secrets of all things, remember. Ninib, knower of the ways of the ancient ones, remember. Ninib, horned one of silence, remember. Ninib, watcher of the ways of the Igigi, remember. Ninib, knower of the pathways of the dead, remember. In the name of the covenant sworn between thee and the race of men, I call to thee, hearken and remember. From the mighty gate of the Lord of the gods, Marduk, sphere of the great planet, I call to thee, hearken and remember. Ninib, dark wanderer of the forgotten lands, hearken and remember. Ninib, gatekeeper of the astral gods, open thy gate to me. Ninib, master of the chase and the long journey, open thy gate to me. Gate to the double-horned elder god, open. Gate to the last city of the skies, open. Gate of the secret of all time, open. Gate to the master of the magical power, open. Gate to the lord of all sorcery, open. Gate to the vanquisher of all evil spells, hearken and open. By the name which I was given on the sphere of Marduk, master of magicians, I call thee to open. Ia duk, ia andara, ia zibatu, ba alu, balago, bel dirigu, baga, ka kampa, bel zi exa, azagbat, bazag, baronyosh, zelig. The Conjuration of the Fire God. Spirit of the fire, remember. Gabil, spirit of the fire, remember. Gira, spirit of the flames, remember. O God of fire, mighty son of Anu, most terrifying among thy brothers, rise. O God of the furnace, God of destruction, remember. Rise up, O God of fire, Gabil in thy majesty, and devour my enemies. Rise up, O God of fire, Gira, in thy power, and burn the sorcerers who persecute me. Gabil, Gashru, Umuna, Yanduru, Tushti, Yesh, Shir, Ilani, Umayalki, Gishbar, Ia, Zi, Dingir, Gira, Kampa. Rise up, son of the flaming disk of Anu. Rise up, offspring of the golden weapon of Marduk. It is not I, but Enki, master of the magicians, who summons thee. It is not I, but Marduk, slayer of the serpent, who calls thee. Here, now, burn the evil and the evildoer, burn the sorcerer and the sorceress, singe them, burn them, destroy them, consume their powers, carry them away. Rise up, Gishbar, Bagibil, Bagira, Zi, Agakanpa, spirit of the god of fire, thou art conjured, Kakamanunu. The Conjuration of the Watcher. This is the book of the Conjuration of the Watcher. The formula as I received them from the scribe of Enki, our master and lord of all magic. Great care must be taken that this untamed spirit does not rise up against the priest, and for that reason a preliminary sacrifice must be made in a clean and new bowl, with the appropriate sigils inscribed thereupon, being the 3 gray carven signs of the rock of my initiation, which are here presented in this book. They must be engraved upon the bowl with a fine stylus, or painted thereon with dark ink. The sacrifice must be new bread, pine resin, and the grass oleribos. These must be burned in the new bowl, and the sword of the watcher, with his sigil engraved thereupon, at hand, for he will inhabit such at the time of the calling of the watcher, and will depart when he is given license to depart. The watcher comes from a race different from that of men, and yet different from that of the gods, and it is said that he was with Kingu and his hordes at the time of the war between the worlds, but was dissatisfied and did cleave unto the armies of Lord Marduk. Wherefore it is wise to conjure it in the names of the 3 great watchers who existed before the confrontation, from whose born the watcher and his race ultimately derive, and those 3 are Anu, Enlil, and Master Enki of the magic waters. And for this reason they are sometimes called the 3 watchers, Masarati, and the watcher Masaratu, or Kia Masaratu. And the watcher appears sometimes as a great and fierce dog, who prowls about the gate or the circle, frightening away the Idimu, who forever lurk about the barriers, waiting for sacrifice. And the watcher sometimes appears as a great and noble spirit, holding aloft the sword of flames, and even the elder gods are awed thereby. And sometimes the watcher appears as a man in a long robe, shaven, with eyes that never lose their stare. And the Lord of the Watchers dwells, it is said, among the wastes of the Igigi, and only watches and never raises the sword, or fights the Idimi, save when the covenant is invoked by none less than the elder gods in their council, like unto the seven glorious Afkalu. And sometimes the Watcher appears as the enemy, ready to devour the priest who has erred in the incantations, or omitted the sacrifice, or acted in defiance of the covenant, for which acts the very elder gods cannot forbid that silent race from exacting its toll. And it is said that some of that race lie waiting for the ancient ones to once more rule the cosmos, that they may be given the right hand of honor, and that such as these are lawless. This is what is said. The preliminary invocation. When the time has come to summon the Watcher the first time, the place of thy calling must be clean, and a double circle of flour drawn about thee. And there should be no altar, but only the new bowl, with the 3 carven signs on it. And the conjuration of the fire should be made, and the sacrifices heaped thereupon into the burning bowl. And the bowl is now called Agamasarato, and to be used for no other purpose save to invoke the Watcher. And the bowl must be lain between the circles facing the northeast. And thy vestments should be black, and thy cap black, and the sword must be at hand, but not yet in the ground. And it must be the darkest hour of the night, and there must be no light, save for the Agamasarato. And the conjuration of the 3 must be made thus: Ismas sarati shamushi lipshuru ruksisha limnuti izizamnima ilani rabuti shimaya dababi dini dina alakti limda alsi kunushi ilani mushiti Yamasarati is masarati ba ids masarato. And this special conjuration may be made at any time the priest feels he is in danger, whether his life or his spirit. And the 3 watchers and the 1 watcher will rush to his aid. This being said, at the words, Ids Masarato, the sword must be thrust into the ground. The Maklu text. The Book Maklu of the Burning of the Evil Spirits. Here are the banishments, the burnings, and the bindings handed down to us by Enki, the master. They are to be performed over the Agamasarato by the priest, with the appropriate images as described herein. The incantations must be recited after the Watcher has been summoned, and he will do the deeds set down for him by the incantations. When he returns, he is to be dismissed as set down previously. Know that when images are used, they must be burned utterly, and the ashes buried in safe ground where none may find them, else to touch them would mean death. Know that the evil spirits are principally 7, for the 7 maskim, who tear away the heart of a man and mock his gods, and their magic is very strong, and they are the lords over the shadows and over the depths of the seas, and reigned once, it is said, over Magan, whence they came. The banishings or exorcisms are to be pronounced in a clear voice, without trembling, without shaking. The arms should be held over the head in the attitude of a priest of Shemesh, and the eyes must behold the spirit of the god Shemesh, even though it be the time of the sleeping of Shemesh, behind the mountains of the scorpion. No word must be changed. These must not be shown to any but the properly instructed. To show them to anyone other is to ask the curse of Ningazida on yourself and upon your generations. The Book Maklu of the Burnings is provided. The Exorcism of the Crown of Anu. The priest in time of peril shall put on the spotless white crown of Anu, with the 8-rayed seal, and stand in the prescribed manner with the tablets of calling on his breast and the copper dagger of Inayana in his right hand aloft. For it is said, if a man builds a fire, does he build it in a pit, that he might not be harmed thereby? Thus is it true of the Udugu we call, for they are like fire, and every caution must be used, lest they consume the magician and his entire generation. Thus the exorcism of Anu. I have put the starry crown of heaven, the potent disk of Anu on my head, that a kindly spirit and a kindly watcher, like the God that hath made me, may stand at my head always, to lift me to favor with the elder gods, Udugul, Alakul, Idimikhul, Malachul, Maskimikhul, Dingirkhul, no evil spirit, no evil demon, no evil god, no evil fiend, no hag demon, no filth-eating demon, no thieving demon, no shadow of the night, no shell of the night, no mistress of the demon, no offspring of the demon, no evil spell, no enchantment, no sorcery, no evil in the world or under it, over the world or inside the world may seize me here. Barra ante malda, barra angegini, zidingir anakampa, zidingir kiakampa, gagamanu. A conjuration against the 7 Leers in wait. They are 7, they are 7. In the depths of the ocean they are 7. In the shining heavens they are 7. They proceed from the ocean depths. They proceed from the hidden retreat. They are neither male nor female, these which stretch themselves out like chains. They have no spouse, they beget not children. They are strangers to charity. They ignore prayers, they scoff at wishes. They are vermin that come forth from the mountains of Mashu. Enemies of our Master Enki, they are the vengeance of the Ancient Ones, raising up difficulties, obtaining power through wickedness. The 7 enemies, they are 7, they are 7, they are 7 times 7. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. The exorcism, Barra Edinatsu, for spirits who attack the circle. Ziana Kampa, Zakia Kampa, Galu Barra, Namtar Barra, Ashak Barra, Gigim Barra, Alal Barra, Telal Barra, Maskim Barra, Utuk Barra, Itpa Barra, Larlarto Barra, Lalaso Barra, Acharo Barra, Uruku Barra, Kilgalal Barra, Lilitu Barra, Utuk Zul Idin Nazu, Allah Zul Idin Nazu, Gigim Zul Idin Nazu, Mula Zul Idin Nazu, Tingir Zul Idin Nazu, Maskim Zul Idin Nazu, Barra Idnatsu, Ziana Kampa, Zikia Kampa. The exorcism, Zidingir, to be used against any kind of malefic. Zidingir Ngi e Nekampa, Zidingir Ningi e Nekampa, Zidingir e Nul e Nekampa, Zidingir Ninul e Nekampa, Zidingir en Kur e Nekanpa, Zidingir Nin Kur e Nekanpa, Zidingir Nda Shorim Makanpa, Zidingir Ninda Shorim Makanpa, Zidingir Endul Azaga Kanpa, Zidingir Nindul Azaga Kanpa, Zidingir Enudil La Kanpa, Zidingir Ninu dil la kanpa, Zidingir en meshir ra kanpa, Zidingir nin me shira kanpa, Zidingir en nama a dingir en lilage kanpa, Zidingir nin na ma a dingir nin lil lage Kanpa, Zidingir Sisgi, Gishma Sagbada Niida, Enubalema Kanpa, Zidingir Babar Lgal, Dekud Dingiri, Enege Kanpa, Zidingir Nini, Dugani, Dingira Nunna, Ia An Sagnunga, Gata Ganene Kanpa. The exorcism against Azakdoth and his emissaries. An image must be made of a throne chair and put into the flames of the Aga Masaratu, while chanting the following exorcism. Boil, boil, burn, burn, utuk zul ta ardata. Who art thou? Whose son? Who art thou? Whose daughter? What sorcery, what spells has brought thee here? May Enki, the master of magicians, free me. May Ashariludu, son of Enki, free me. May they bring to naught your vile sorceries. I chain you, I bind you, I deliver you to Gira, Lord of the Flames, who sears, burns, and chains, of whom even mighty Cthulhu has fear. May Gira, the ever-burning one, give strength to my arms. May Gibil, the Lord of Fire, give power to my magic. Injustice, murder, freezing of the loins, rending of the bowels, devouring of the flesh, and madness, in all ways hast thou persecuted me. Mad God of chaos, may Gira free me. Azaktothta ardata, Ia Marduk, Ia Asaluxi. You have chosen me for a corpse. You have delivered me to the skull. You have sent phantoms to haunt me. You have sent vampires to haunt me. To the wandering ghosts of the wastes have you delivered me. To the phantoms of the fallen ruins have you delivered me. To the deserts, the wastes, the forbidden lands, you have handed me over. Open thy mouth in sorceries against me no more. I have handed thine images over into the flames of Gibil. Burn, mad fiend, boil, mad god. May the burning Gira untie thy knots. May the flames of Gibil untie your cord. May the law of the burning seize your throat. May the law of the burning avenge me. It is not I, but Marduk, son of Enki, masters in magic, that commands thee, Kakamu Kanpa. Incantation against the Ancient Ones. To be recited each year when the bear hangs from its tail in the heavens. Destructive storms and evil winds are they, an evil blast, herald of the baneful storm, an evil blast, forerunner of the baneful storm. They are mighty children, ancient ones, heralds of pestilence, throne-bearers of Ninkigal. They are the flood which rusheth through the land, 7 gods of the broad heavens, 7 gods of the broad earth. 7 ancient ones are they. 7 gods of might, 7 evil gods, 7 evil demons, 7 demons of oppression, 7 in heaven, 7 on earth. Utug Zul, Allah Zul, Gidim Zul, Mula Zul, Dingir Zul, Maskim Zul, Ziana Kanpa, Zikia Kanpa, Zidingir Enlila, Lugal Kur, Rage Kanpa, Zidingir Ninlil, La Nin, Kr, Rage Kanpa, Zidingir Ninib, Ibila, Eshara, Gekanpa, Zidingir Nini, Nin, Kr, Rage Kanpa, Zidingir Anuna, Dingir Galgala Enekanpa, Zidingir Anakanpa, Zidingir Tiakanpa, Bababararara ante maldada, Bababararara ante gegenene. Incantation of protection against the workers of the Ancient Ones. Shamesha Kashaptia Hepisha Mushtapish Tia Kimatinur Kutur Shunu Lrim Likulu Lizubu Litatuku Epistashunu Kimame Nado Inatiki Liktu Shunu Limu Tuma Anaku Lu Ublui Shunu Linishuma Anaku Lu Udnin Shunu li iktishuma anaku lup patar tirama shaloti sha kashapti sha ruki ye ipushu shupi ye arkish upo yush zidingir gal kesheba kanpa. This to be recited 7 times in the circle of flower before the Agamasaratu, when it is found that the worshippers of Tiamat are raising powers against thee, or thy neighborhood. Or, it may be said that when the great bear is suspended from his tail in the heavens, which is the time the baneful worshippers gather for their rites, and by which they mark their calendar, the mercy of Anu be upon thee. The exorcism against the possessing spirit. This to be said when the body of the possessed is distant, or when secrecy must be maintained, to be performed within thy circle before the watcher. The wicked god, the wicked demon, the demon of the desert, the demon of the mountain, the demon of the sea, the demon of the marsh, the wicked genius, the enormous larvae, the wicked winds, the demon that seizeth the body, the demon that rendeth the body. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. The demon that seizeth man, the demon that seizeth man. The Gigim, who worketh evil, the spawn of the wicked demon. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. He who forges images, he who casts spells, the evil angel, the evil eye, the evil mouth, the evil tongue, the evil lip, the most perfect sorcery. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. Ninkigal, spouse of Ninazu. May she cause him to turn his face towards the place where she is. May the wicked demons depart. May the seas one another. May they feed on one another's bones. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. The Exorcism, Anakia. A conjuration of heaven and earth, and all between against the possessing spirit, to be recited 7 times over the body of the possessed person, till the spirit issueth forth from his nose and mouth in the form of the liquid and fire, like unto green oils. Then the person shall be whole, and shall sacrifice to Inayana at her temple. And this must not be omitted, lest the spirit return to what Inayana has cast off. Zidingir Anakanpa, Zidingir Kia Kanpa, Zidingir Uruki Kanpa, Zidingir Nibu Kanpa, Zidingir Ishtar Kanpa, Zidingir Shamesh Udu Kanpa, Zidingir Nergal Kanpa, Zidingir Marduk Kanpa, Zidingir Ninib Adar Kanpa, Zidingir Igigi Kanpa, Zidingir Anunnakia Kanpa, Zidingir Enlila Lugal Kurkurage Kanpa, Zidingir Nenlila Ninkurkurage Kanpa, Zidingir Ninib Ibila Esharage Kanpa, Zidingir Ninin Kurkurage Gigshi in Babarage Kanpa, Zidingir Anuna Dingir Galgalenege Kanpa, Kakamu. The binding of the evil sorcerers. When thou art haunted by the spells of the worshippers of the ancient ones, make images of them, 1 male and 1 female, and burn them in the flames of the Aga, Masaratu, while pronouncing the following incantation of the binding. I invoke you, gods of the night. Together with you I call to the night, to the covered woman. I call in the evening at midnight and in the morning, because they have enchanted me. The sorcerer and the sorceress have bound me. My god and my goddess cry over me. I am plagued with pain because of illness. I stand upright. I cannot lie down, neither during the night nor during the day. They have stuffed my mouth with cords. They have closed my mouth with grass. They have made the water of my drink scarce. My joy is sorrow, and my merriment is grief. Arise, great gods, hear my wailing. Obtain justice, take notice of my ways. I have an image of the sorcerer and the sorceress, of my enchanter and enchantress. May the 3 watches of the night dissolve their evil sorceries. May their mouths be wax, their tongues honey, the word of my doom which they have spoken. May they melt like wax. The spell that they worked, may it pour away like honey. Their knot is broken, their work destroyed. All their speech fills the deserts and the wastes, according to the decree which the gods of the night have issued. It is finished. Another binding of the sorcerers. Take a cord with 10 knots. As you recite each line of the incantation, untie 1 knot. When this is finished, throw the cord into the flames and give thanks to the gods. My images have you given over to the dead. Turn back. My images have you seen with the dead. Turn back. My images have you thrown to the side of the dead. Turn back. My images have you thrown to the ground of the dead. Turn back. My images have you buried in the coffin with the dead. Turn back. My images have you given over to destruction. Turn back. My images have you enclosed with walls. Turn back. My images have you struck down on doorsteps. Turn back. My images have you locked into the gate of the wall. Turn back. My images have you given over the god of fire. Turn back. A most excellent charm against the hordes of demons that assail in the night. May be chanted while walking around the circumference of the circle and sprinkling the vicinity with sweet water. Using a pine cone or golden brush, an image of a fish may be at hand, and the incantation pronounced clearly, every word either whispered softly or shouted loudly. Isaya, Isaya, Riega, Riega, Biesha, Biesha, Ziilqua, Ziilqua, Dupira, Atlaka, Isaya, Uriega, Limuti Kunu, Kimakutri, Litili, Shamie, Inazumria Isaya, Inazumria Riega, Inazumria Biesha, Inazumria Ziilqua, Inazumria Dupira, Inazumria Atlaka, Inazumria La Tatara, Inazumria La Tetixie, Inazumria La Takaruba, Inazumria La Tasaniqua, Niish Shamesh Kaptolu Tamatunu, Niish Enki Belgimri Lu Tamatunu, Niish Marduk Mashmash Ilani Lu Tamatunu, Niish Kishbar Kwamikunu Lu Tamatunu, Ina Zumri Yalu Yu Tapara Sama. The Conjuration of the Mountains of Mashu. A spell to cause consternation in the enemy and confuse his thoughts. It is also a binding that the evil sorcerer may not see his spells work their desired ends, but melt away like honey or wax. These mountains are called Shadu, and are the hiding places of the serpents of Ker, a spell to cause ultimate destruction. Shadu yu liktum kunushi, Shadu yu liklakunushi, Shadu yu lini yix kunushi, Shadu yu li yixi kunushi, Shadu yu li te kunushi, Shadu yu li ni kunushi, Shadu yu li nir kunushi, Shadu yu li katin kunushi, Shadu yu tanu elikunu limkut, Inna Zumrialu yu taparasama. The Book of Calling. This is the book of the ceremonies of calling, handed down since the time the elder gods walked the earth, conquerors of the ancient ones. This is the book of Ningizida, horned serpent, the lady of the magic wand. This is the book of Nina Zadkudu, the queen, mistress of the incantations. This is the book of Asaluxi, the king, the lord of magic. This is the book of Azag, the enchanter. This is the book of Igura, the dark waters of Apsu, realm of Reshkigal, queen of death. This is the book of the ministers of knowledge, Ferik and Perik, the demon of the snake entwined magic wand, and the demon of the thunderbolt, protectors of the arcane faith, the most secret knowledge, to be hidden from those not of us, from the uninitiated. This is the book of Asaru, the eye on the throne. This is the book of Ushum Galam, mighty dragon, born of Hurubur, of the battle against the elder gods. This is the book of Endukuga and Nindukuga, male and female monsters of the abyss, of the claws like daggers and the wings of darkness. This is further the book of Namtar, chief among the magicians of Areshkigal. This is the book of the 7 demons of the ignited spheres of the 7 demons of the flame. This is the book of the priest who governeth the works of fire. Know first that the power of the conquerors is the power of the magic, and that the stricken gods will ever tempt thee away from the legions of the mighty, and that you will feel the subtle fluids of the body moving to the breath of Tiamat, and the blood of Kingu, who races in your veins. Be ever watchful, therefore, not to open this gate, or if thou must needs put a time for its closing before the rising of the sun, and seal it at that time, for to leave it open is to be the agent of chaos. Know, secondly, that the power of magic is the power of our master Enki, lord of the seas, and master of magic, father of Marduk, fashioner of the magic name, the magic number, the magic word, and the magic shape. So, therefore, the priest who governeth the works of fire and of the god of fire, Gishbar, called Gibil, must firstly sprinkle with the water of the seas of Enki, as a testament to his lordship, and a sign of the covenant that exists between him and thee. Know, thirdly, that by the power of the elder gods, and the submission of the ancient ones, thou mayest procure every type of honor, dignity, wealth, and happiness, but that these are to be shunned as the purveyors of death. For the most radiant jewels are to be found buried deep in the earth, and the tomb of man is the splendor of Ereshkigal, the joy of Cthulhu, the food of Azagthot. Therefore thine obligation is as of the gatekeeper of the inside, agent of Marduk, servant of Enki, for the gods are forgetful, and very far away. And it was to the priests of the flame that covenant was given to seal the gates between the world and the other, and to keep watch thereby through this night of time. And the circle of magic is the barrier, the temple, and the gate between the worlds. Know, fourthly, that it is become the obligation of the priests of the flame and the sword and all of the magic to bring their power to the underworld and keep it chained thereby. For the underworld is surely the gate forgotten, by which the ancient ones ever seek entrance to the land of the living. And the ministers of Apsu are clearly walking the earth, riding on the air and upon the earth, and sailing silently through the water, and roaring in the fire, and all these spirits must be brought to subjection to the person of the priest of magic before any else. Or the priest becomes prey to the eye of death of the 7 Anunnaki, lords of the underworld, ministers of the queen of hell. Know, fifthly, that the worshippers of Tiamat are abroad in the world, and will give fight to the magician. Lo, they have worshipped the serpent from ancient times, and have always been with us, and they are to be known by their seeming human appearance, which has the mark of the beast upon them, as they change easily into the shapes of animals, and haunt the nights of men, and by their odor, which comes of burning incenses, unlawful to the worship of the elder ones. And their books are the books of chaos and the flames, and are the books of the shadows and the shells. And they worship the heaving earth, and the ripping sky, and the rampant flame, and the flooding waters, and they are the raisers of the legions of Maskim, the leers in wait. And they do not know what it is they do, but they do it at the demands of the serpent, at whose name even Ereshkigal gives fright, and the dread Cthulhu strains at his bonds. Mumu Tiamat, queen of the ancient ones. Know, sixthly, that thou shalt not seek the operations of this magic, save by the rules and governments set down herein. For to do other is to take the most awful risk for thyself and for all mankind. Therefore heed these words carefully, and change not the words of the incantations, whether thou understand them or understand them not, for they are the words of the pacts made of old and before time. So say them softly if the formula is softly, or shout them aloud if the formula is aloud, but change not one measure lest thou call something else, and it be your final hour. Know, seventhly, of the things thou art to expect in the commission of this most sacred magic. Study the symbols well, and do not be afraid of any awful spectre that shall invade thine operation, or haunt thine habitat by day or by night. Only charge them with the words of the covenant, and they will do as you ask. If thou be strong, and if thou performest these operations often, thou shalt see things becoming dark, and the wanderers in their spheres shall no more be seen by thee. And the stars in their places will lose their light, and the moon, Nyana, by whom thou also workest, shall become black and extinguished. And Aratagar shall be no more, and the earth shall abide not. And around thee shall appear the flame like lightning, flashing in all directions, and all things will appear amid thunders. And from the cavities of the earth will leap forth the Anunnaki, dog-faced, and thou shalt bring them down. And the sign of your race is this, a star, which thou shalt wear all times, as the sign of the covenant between thee and the elder gods. And the sign of the elder ones is this, sigil provided in the book, which thou shalt wear at all times, as a sign of the power of the magic of Enki. And I have told thee all this before, but I tell thee again, for the priest being furnished with every kind of armor, and armed he is similar to the goddess. The place of calling shall be high in the mountains, most preferably, or near the sea, or in some secluded area, far from the thoughts of man, or in the desert, or atop an ancient temple, and it shall be clean, and free from the unwanted. Thus the place once chosen shall be purified by supplications to thine particular god and goddess, and by burning offerings of pine and cedar. And a round loaf shall be brought, and salt. And having offered it to the personal deities, the priest shall pronounce solemnly the following exorcism, that the place of calling be cleansed and all evil banished thereby. And the priest shall not change one word or letter of this exorcism, but recite it faithfully as it is put down. Enu shub amgig absu kish egiga garshag da sisi amarada ya tingir ud kalama siniku tingir ninab guyu nexraniku gayashu shagmuku tu. And the bread burned in the bronze brazier of calling, and the salt scattered about the room 60 times. And a circle shall be drawn on the ground, in the midst whereof you shall stand, while reciting the conjuration set forth, taking especial care not to venture forth from the boundaries of the circle, the holy mandal of calling, lest thou be consumed by the invisible monsters from the Egura or Reshkigal, as was the priest Abdul ben Martu, in a public square in Jerusalem. And the circle shall be drawn in lime or barley, or white flour, or dug in the ground with the dagger of Inayana of calling, or embroidered in the most precious silk or expensive cloth. And the colors thereof shall be only black and white and no other. And the frontlet of calling and the standards of calling shall all be of fine cloth and in the colors of Ninib and Inayana, that is, of black and of white. For Ninib knows the outer regions and the ways of the ancient ones, and Inayana subdued the underworld and vanquished the queen thereof. And the crown of calling shall bear the 8-rayed star of the elder gods, and may be of beaten copper, set in with precious stones. And thou shalt bear with thee a rod of lapis lazuli, the 5-rayed star about thy neck, the frontlet, the girdle, the amulet of about thine arm, and a pure and unspotted robe. And these things shall be worn for the operations of calling only, and at other times shall be put away and hid, so that no eye may see them, save your own. As for the worship of the gods, it is after the fashion of your country, but the priests of old were naked in their rites. And thou shalt put down the circle, and thou shalt invoke thy god and thy goddess, but their images must be removed from the altar and put away, unless thou call the powers of Marduk, in which case an image of Marduk should be set thereupon, and no other. And the perfumes must be burnt in the brazier after the calling of the fire, as set forth elsewhere in this book. And the watcher summoned after its fashion, and the 4 gates invoked, being the 4 watchtowers that stand about thee and the circumference of the mandal, and witness the rites, and watch the outside, that the ancient ones may not trouble thee. And the invocations of the 4 gates is after this fashion, which thou recite loudly in a clear voice. Of the invocation of the 4 gates, from the world between the spheres. Invocation of the North Gate. Thee I invoke, Silver Hunter, from the sacred city of Thee I call forth to guard this north place of the most holy Mandal against the vicious warriors of flame from the principalities of Dra. Be thou most vigilant against the Utuki of Tiamat, the oppressors of Ishnigarab, the throne of Azagthoth. Draw thy bow before the fiends of Apsu. Loose thy arrow at the hordes of dark angels that beset the beloved of Ara, on all sides and in all places. Be watchful, Lord of the North Ways. Remember us, King of our homeland, victor of every war and conqueror over every adversary. See our lights and hear our heralds, and do not forsake us. Spirit of the North, remember. Invocation of the Eastern Gate. Thee I invoke, Mistress of the Rising Star, Queen of Magic of the mountains of Mashu. Thee I call forth this day to guard this most holy mandal against the 7 ensnarers, the 7 leers in wait, the evil maskim, the evil lords. Thee I summon, Queen of the Eastern ways, that thou mayest protect me from the eye of death, and the evil rays of the Endukuga and Nindukuga. Be watchful, Queen of the Eastern ways, and remember, Spirit of the East, remember. Invocation of the Southern Gate. Thee I invoke, Angel, Guardian against the Orulu, dread city of death, gate of no return. Do thou stand at my side? In the names of the most mighty hosts of Marduk and Enki, lords of the elder race, the Ara, do thou stand firm behind me? Against Pazuzu and Humwawa, fiends of the southwest winds, do thou stand firm? Against the lords of the abomination, do thou stand firm? Be thou the eyes behind me, the sword behind me, the spear behind me, the armor behind me. Be watchful, Spirit of the southern ways, and remember. Spirit of the South, remember. The Invocation of the Western Gate. Thee I invoke, Spirit of the land of Mermartu. Thee I invoke, Angel of the sunset. From the unknown god, protect me. From the unknown demon, protect me. From the unknown enemy, protect me. From the unknown sorcery, protect me. From the waters of Cthulhu, protect me. From the wrath of Ereshkigal, protect me. From the swords of Kingu, protect me. From the baneful look, the baneful word, the baneful name, the baneful number, and the baneful shape, protect me. Be watchful, Spirit of the Western ways, and remember, Spirit of the West Gate, remember. The Invocations of the Four Gates. Mer Sidi, Mer Kura, Mer Urulu, Mer Martu, Zidingir Anakanpa, Zidingir Kiakanpa, Utukzul ta Ardata, Kutulu ta Atalakla, Azaktoth ta Kala, Ia Anu, Ia Enlil, Ia Ngi, Zabayo. The following is the great conjuration of all the powers to be used only in extreme necessity, or to silence a rebellious spirit who plagues thee, or who causeth consternation about the mandal for reasons unknown to thee. Perhaps as agent for the ancient ones, in such a case, it is urgent to send back the spirit before it gains in power by dwelling in the upper world, for as long as one of these is present upon the earth, it gains in strength and power until it is almost impossible to control them, as they are unto gods. This is the conjuration which thou recite forcefully, the great conjuration of all the powers. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. Spirits, lords of the earth, remember. Spirits, ladies of the earth, remember. Spirits, lords of the air, remember. Spirits, ladies of the air, remember. Spirits, lords of the fire, remember. Spirits, ladies of the fire, remember. Spirits, lords of the water, remember. Spirits, ladies of the water, remember. Spirits, lords of the stars, remember. Spirits, ladies of the stars, remember. Spirits, lords of all hostilities, remember. Spirits, ladies of all hostilities, remember. Spirits, lords of all peacefulness, remember. Spirits, ladies of all peacefulness, remember. Spirits, lords of the veil of shadows, remember. Spirits, ladies of the veil of the shadows, remember. Spirits, lords of the light of life, remember. Spirits, ladies of the light of life, remember. Spirits, lords of the infernal regions, remember. Spirits, ladies of the infernal regions, remember. Spirits, lords of Marduk, remember. Spirits, ladies of Marduk, remember. Spirits, lords of sin, who maketh his ship across the river, remember. Spirits, ladies of sin, who maketh his ship cross the skies, remember. Spirits, lords of Shemesh, king of the elder ones, remember. Spirits, ladies of Shemesh, Gula, queen of the elder ones, remember. Spirits, lords of Shku, lord of the Anunnaki, remember. Spirits, ladies of the goddess Ziku, mother of Enki, remember. Spirits, lords of Ninasu, our father of the numerous waters, remember. Spirits, ladies of Ninua, daughter of Enki, remember. Spirits, lords of Ningizida, who upheaves the face of the earth, remember. Spirits, ladies of Ninisi, Ana, queen of heaven, remember. Spirits, lords and ladies of the fire, Gebil, ruler, supreme on the face of the earth, remember. Spirits of the seven doors of the world, remember. Spirits of the seven locks of the world, remember. Spirits, Kuspi, Kuru, wife of Namtar, remember. Spirit Kitim Kur Uku, daughter of the ocean, remember. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. Amanu, Amanu, Amanu. Here endeth the great conjuration. The conjuration of Ea, Adu, and E. A great mystical conjuration. Ea, Ea, Ea. Adu and E ba Ninib. Ninib ba Frik. Frik ba Prik. Prik ba Aga ba Es. Aga ba Es ba Aka bar. Aka bar ba Aka ba Es. Aka ba Es ba Aka bar. Aka bar ba Aga ba Es. Aga ba Es ba Pirik. Pirik ba Firik. Firik ba Ninib. Ninib ba Adu and E. Ia, 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 Ia. Ker, Ber, Ia. Idin ba Iga. Erim ba Egura. Ia, Ia. Eki, Iak, Sakak. Eki, Azaktoth. Eki, Asaru. Eki, Katalu. Ia, Ia, Ia. What spirits may be useful? In the ceremonies of calling, any type of spirit may be summoned and detained until it has answered your questions or provided you with whatever you desire. The spirits of the dead may be invoked. The spirits of the unborn may be invoked. The spirits of the seven spheres may be invoked. The spirits of the flame may be invoked. In all, there may be 1,001 spirits that are of principal importance, and these you will come to know in the course of your experiments. There are many others, but some have no power, and will only confuse. The best spirits to summon in the early rites are the 50 spirits of the names of Lord Marduk, who give excellent attendance and who are careful watchers of the outside. They should not be detained any longer than is necessary, and some are indeed of violent and impatient natures, and their task is to be given in as short a time as possible, and then they are to be released. After these, the spirits of the seven spheres may be invoked to advantage after the priest has already trod their ways after the manner of the walking. After the priest has gained entrance to the gate of Nyana, he may summon the spirits of the realm, but not before. These things you will learn in the course of your journey, and it is not necessary to put it all down here, save for a few noble formula concerning the works of the sphere of Libat of Ishtar, the queen. These are works of the gentle passions, which seek to engender affection between man and woman, and they may best be done in a circle of white, the priest being properly cleansed and in a clean robe. Preliminary Purification Invocation. Bright one of the heavens, wise Ishtar, mistress of the gods, whose yes is truly yes, proud one among the gods, whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, who rules in all places, Ishtar, at your name all heads are bowed down. I, son of, have bowed down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull. To win the love of a woman. Chant the following 3 times over an apple or a pomegranate. Give the fruit to the woman to drink of the juices, and she will surely come to you. Manus sigsiga agbara ye. Inin agish zasher gishnu urma. Shaziga bara ye. Ziga shuba na agsishamaziga. Namza ye inin dore esh aki. Ugu agba andagub. To recover potency. Tie 3 knots in a harp string, and twine around both right and left hands, and chant the following incantation 7 times, and potency will return. Lilik im linu ushkiri, lishtaksir erpetuma tiku lituk, niyish libi ia lu amesh id ginmesh, ishari lu sayan sayami ye la urada ultu muksisha. The following ceremonial accessories cannot be expressed through audio, but they are provided in the book. The crown of Anu of calling, the frontlet of calling, The copper dagger of Inayana of calling. The seal of the north gate. The seal of the east gate. The seal of the south gate. The seal of the west gate. One type of mandal of calling. Another type. The Book of 50 Names. The Book of the 50 Names of Marduk, defeater of the Ancient Ones. This is the Book of Marduk, begotten of the Master Enki, Lord of Magicians, who did defeat Tiamat, known as Ker, known as Huwawa, in magic combat, who defeated the Ancient Ones that the Elders may live and rule the earth. In the time before time, in the age before the heaven and the earth were put in their places, in the age when the Ancient Ones were rulers of all that existed and did not exist, there was naught but darkness. There was no moon. There was no sun. No planets were there. And no stars. No grain. No tree. No plant grew. The Ancient Ones were masters of spaces, now unknown or forgotten. And all was chaos. Marduk was chosen of the elders to fight Ker, and wrest power from the great sleeping serpent who dwells beneath the mountains of the Scorpion. Marduk was given a weapon and a sign, and 50 powers were given to him to fight the awful Tiamat. And each power has its weapon and its sign, and these are the mightiest possessions of the elder gods against the Ancient One, who threatens from without, who threatens from the abyss, the Lord of darkness, the Master of chaos, the unborn, the uncreated, who still wishes ill upon the race of men, and upon the elder gods who reside in the stars. The gods forget they are distant. They must be reminded. If they are not watchful, if the gatekeepers do not watch the gates, if the gates are not kept always locked, bolted, and barred, then the one who is always ready, the guardian of the other side, Iak Sakak, will enter and bring with him the hordes of the armies of the Ancient Ones, Iak Kingu, Iak Azag, Iak Azabwa, Iak Huwawa, Ishnigrab, Iak Zastur, and Iak Cthulhu, the dog gods and the dragon gods, and the sea monsters, and the gods of the deep. Watch also the days, the day when the great bear hangs lowest in the sky, and the quarters of the year measured thereof, and the 4 directions measured thereof. For there the gates may be opened, and care must needs be taken to ensure that the gates remain forever closed. They must be sealed with the elder sign, accompanied by the rites and incantations proper. The 50 names here follow, with their signs and powers. They may be summoned after the priest has ascended to that step on the ladder of lights and gained entrance to that sacred city. The signs should be engraved on parchment or sealed in clay and placed upon the altar at the calling. And the perfumes should be of cedar and strong, sweet-smelling resins, and the calling be to the north. The first name is Marduk, the Lord of Lords, Master of Magicians. His name should not be called except when no other will do, and it is the most terrible responsibility to do so. The word of his calling is Duga, and his seal is here provided. The second name is Maruka, known and knows all things since the beginning of the world, knows all secrets, be they human or divine, and is very difficult to summon. The priest should not summon him unless he is clean of heart and spirit, for this spirit shall know his innermost thoughts. This his seal is provided. The third name is Marotuku, master of the arts of protection, chained the mad god at the battle, sealed the Ancient Ones in their caves behind the gates, possesses the Arastar. This is his seal. The fourth name is Brashakushu, worker of miracles, the kindest of the 50 and the most beneficent. The word used as his calling, at his calling, is Balduru. This is his seal provided. The fifth name is Lugal Dimrankia, put order into chaos, made the waters aright, commander of legions of wind demons who fought the ancient Tiamat alongside Marduk Kyrios. The word used at his calling is Bonotuku. This is his seal provided. The sixth name is Narilugal Dimrankia, the watcher of the Igigi and the Anunnaki, sub-commander of the wind demons. He will put to flight any Maskim who haunt thee, and is the foe of the Rabisu. None may pass into the world above or the world below without his knowledge. His word is Ban Rabishu. His seal is thus provided. The seventh name is Asaru Ludu, wielder of the flaming sword, oversees the race of waters at the bidding of the elder gods. He ensures the most perfect safety, especially in dangerous tasks undertaken at the behest of the astral gods. His word is Ban Maskim, and his seal is thus provided. The eighth name is Namtilaku, a most secret and potent lord. He hath knowledge to raise the dead and converse with the spirits of the abyss. Unbeknownst to their queen, no soul passes into death but that he is aware. His word is Banutuk Uku Tuku, and his seal is thus provided. The ninth name is Namru, dispenses wisdom and knowledge in all things, giveth excellent counsel, and teaches the science of metals. His word is Bakakalamu, and his seal is thus provided. The 10th name is Asaru. The power has knowledge of all plants and trees, and can make marvelous fruits to grow in the desert places, and no land is a waste to him. He is truly the protector of the bounty. His word is Balpriku, and his seal thus follows. The 11th name is Asarualim. Possesses secret wisdom and shines light on the darkened areas, forcing what lives there to give good accounting of its existence and its knowledge. Giveth excellent counsel in all things. His word is Bar Maratu, and the seal which thou engrave is thus provided. The 12th name is Asarualimnuna. This is the power that presideth over armor of all kinds, and is excellently knowledgeable in military matters. Being of the advance army of Marduk at that battle, he can provide an army with its entire weaponry in 3 days. His word is Banatatu, and his seal is thus provided. The 13th name is Tutu. Silences the weeping and gives joy to the sad and ill at heart. A most beneficent name and protector of the household. His word is Diri Gugim, and his seal is thus provided. The 14th name is Zeokina. Giveth excellent knowledge concerning the movements of the stars and the meanings thereof, of which the Chaldeans possessed this same knowledge in abundance. The word is Gibalanu, and the seal is thus provided. The 15th name is Ziku. The power bestoweth riches of all kinds, and can tell where treasury is hidden. Knower of the secrets of the earth, his word is Gigi Maganpa, and his seal is thus provided. The 16th name is Agaku. The power can give life to what is already dead, but for a short time only. He is the lord of the amulet and the talisman. His word is Mashkarzana, and his seal is thus provided. The 17th name is Tuku, lord of baneful magic, vanquisher of the ancient ones by magic, giver of the spell to Marduk Kyuros, a most fierce enemy. His word is Mashamashti, and his seal thus follows. The 18th name is Shazu, knows the thoughts of those at a distance, as well as those in the vicinity. Nothing is buried in the ground, or thrown into the water, but this power is very aware. His word is Masha Nayana, and his seal is thus. The 19th name is Zisi. Reconciler of enemies, silencer of arguments, between two people or between two nations, or even, it is said, between two worlds. The scent of peace is indeed sweet to this power, whose word is Mashinayana, and whose seal is thus provided. The 20th name is Surim. Seeks out the worshippers of the ancient ones wherever they may be. The priest who sends him on an errand does so at a terrible risk, for Surim kills easily, and without thought. His word is Mash-Shanergal, and his seal is thus provided. The 21st name is Sugurim. As Surim above, the foe who cannot be appeased, discovers the priest's enemies with ease, but must be cautioned not to slay them if the priest does not desire it. The word is Mashshadar, and the seal is thus provided. The 22nd name is Zarim. Slew 10,000 of the hordes in the battle. A warrior among warriors. Can destroy an entire army if the priest so desires. His word is Mashshagaranu, and his seal is thus provided. The 23rd name is Zagurim. As Zarim, a most terrible opponent, it is said Zagurim slays slowly, after a most unnatural fashion. I do not know, for I have never summoned this spirit. It is thy risk. The word is Mashtishadu, and the seal is thus provided. The 24th name is Enbilulu. The power can seek out water in the midst of a desert or on tops of mountains, knows the secrets of water and the running of rivers below the earth. A most useful spirit. His word is Mashanebu, and his seal is thus provided. The 25th name is Epadun. This is the lord of all irrigation, and can bring water from a far place to your feet. Possesses a most subtle geometry of the earth and knowledge of all lands where water might be found in abundance. His word is Eongina Kanpa, and his seal is this. The 26th name is Enbilulu Gugal. The power that presides over all growth and all that grows, gives knowledge of cultivation, and can supply a starving city with food for 13 moons in 1 moon. A most noble power. His word is Aga, and his seal is thus provided. The 27th name is Hegel. As the power above, a master of the arts of farming and agriculture. Bestows rich harvests. Possesses the knowledge of the metals of the earth and of the plow. His word is Berdishu, and his seal is thus provided. The 28th name is Sursur or Sirsir, the destroyer of Tiamat, hated of the ancient ones, master over the serpent, foe of Cthulhu, a most powerful lord. His word is this: Apirikubab Adazu Zu Kampa, and his seal is thus provided. The 29th name is Malah. Trod the back of the worm and cut it in twain. Lord of bravery and courage, and gives these qualities to the priest who desires it, or to others the priest may decide. The word is Bacha Kaduga, and the seal is thus provided. The 30th name is Gil, or Gil, the furnisher of seed, beloved of Ishtar, or Ishtar. His power is mysterious and quite ancient, makes the barley to grow and the woman to give birth, makes potent the impotent. His word is Agabal, and his seal is thus. The 31st name is Gilma, founder of cities, possessor of the knowledge of architecture, by which the fabled temples of Ur were built, the creator of all that is permanent and never moves. His word is Akabal, and his seal is this. The 32nd name is Agilma, bringer of rain, maketh the gentle rains to come, or causeth great storms and thunders. The like may destroy armies and cities and crops. His word is Mash-Shayagura, and his seal is thus provided. The 33rd name is Zulum, knows where to plant and when to plant, giveth excellent counsel in all manners of business and commerce, protects a man from evil tradesmen. His word is Ababal, and his seal is this. The 34th name is Mumu, the power given to Marduk to fashion the universe from the flesh of Tiamat, giveth wisdom concerning the condition of life before the creation, and the nature of the structures of the four pillars whereupon the heavens rest. His word is Allah la Baal, and the seal is thus provided. The 35th name is Zulumar, giveth tremendous strength, as of 10 men to one, lifted the part of Tiamat that was to become the sky from the part that was to become the earth. His word is Andrabal, and his seal is this provided. The 36th name is Lugalab Dubur, destroyer of the gods of Tiamat, the vanquisher of her hordes, chained Cthulhu to the abyss, fought Azathoth with skill, a great defender and a great attacker. His word is Agnebal, and his seal is thus provided. The 37th name is Pagalguena, possessor of infinite intelligence, and determines the nature of things not yet made, and of spirits not yet created, and knows the strength of the gods. His word is Arababal, and his seal is this. The 38th name is Lugal Derma, the lord of the lofty places, watcher of the skies and all that travels therein, naught traverses the starry element, but that this power is aware. His word is Arata Garbal, and his seal is this. The 39th name is Aranuna, giver of wisdom, counselor to our father, Enki, knower of the magical covenant and of the laws, and of the nature of the gates. His word is Aramangi, and his seal is thusly. His seal is also the color red. The 40th name is Dumuduku, possessor of the wand of lapis lazuli, knower of the secret name and the secret number, may not reveal these to thee, but may speak of other things equally marvelous. His word is Aratagigi, and his seal is thus provided. The 41st name is Lugalana, the power of the eldest of the elder ones, possesses the secret knowledge of the world when the ancient ones and the elder ones were one, knows the essence of the ancient ones and where it might be found. His word is Baldiku, and his seal is thus provided. The 42nd name is Lugaluga, knows the essences of all spirits of the dead and the unborn, and the starry and the earthly, and the spirits of the air and the spirits of the wind as well, which things he may tell thee, and thou wilt grow in wisdom. His word is Zidur, and his seal is thus. The 43rd name is Irkingu. This is the power that laid capture to the commander of the forces of the ancient ones, Kingu, mighty demon, that Marduk mightily laid hold of him, and with its blood created the race of men, and sealed the covenant. His word is Barrerimo, and his seal is thus. The 44th name is Kinma, judge and lord of the gods, at whose name they quake in fear, that the gods may not err. This power was given to oversee their activities, should they be lawful and within the nature of the covenant, for the gods are forgetful and very far away. His word is Engaigai, and his seal is this. The 45th name is Isizzikur. This spirit possesses the knowledge of the length of life of any man, even unto the plants and the demons and the gods. He measureth all things and knoweth the space thereof. His word is Nenigegai, and his seal is thus provided. The 46th name is Gebil. The power has been given the realm of the fire and the forge. He keepeth the sharp point of the sword and the lance, and giveth understanding and the working of metals. He also raises the lightning that comes from the earth, and maketh swords to appear in the sky. His word is Balagnitara, and his seal is this. The 47th name is Adu, raises storms that fill the entire heavens, and causes the stars to tremble, and very gates of the Igigi to shake in their stead. can fill the skies with his brightness, even in the darkest hour of the night. His word is Kakudamo, and his seal is thus. The 48th name is Asharu, knower of the treacherous ways, gives intelligence of the future and also of things past, put the gods in their courses, and determined their cycles. His word is Bakstandabal, and this is his seal. The 49th name is Nebiru, the spirit of the gate of Marduk, manages all things in their ways, and moves crossings of the stars, after the fashion known to the Chaldeans. His word is Dir Gir Giri, and his seal is thus. The 50th name is Ninwam. This is the power of Marduk, as lord of all that is, judger of judgments, decider of decisions, he who determines the laws in the reigns of kings. He may not be called, save at the destruction of a city or the death of a king. His word is Gashdig, and his seal is this. Here ended the book of the 50 names, which the gods have granted me the strength and the time in which to lay it down. This book is not to be shown to the unclean, or to the profane, or to the uninitiated, for to do so is to call the most awful curse of the book upon thee and upon thy generations. Spirit of the book, remember. The Magan text. The verses here following come from the secret text of some of the priests of a cult, which is all that is left of the old faith that existed before Babylon was built. And it was originally in their tongue, but I have put it into the golden speech of my country so that you may understand it. I came upon this text in my early wanderings in the region of the 7 fabled cities of which are no more, and it tells of the war between the gods that took place in a time beyond the memory of man, and the horrors and ugliness that the priest will encounter in his rites are herein described, and their reasons, and their natures and essences. And the number of the lines is sacred, and the words are sacred, and are most potent charms against the evil ones. And surely some magicians of the country do write them on parchment or clay, or on pottery, or in the air, that they might be efficacious thereby, and that the gods will remember the words of the covenant. I copied these words down in my tongue, and kept them faithfully these many years, and my own copy will go with me to the place where I will go when my spirit is torn from my body. But heed these words well, and remember, for remembering is the most important and most potent magic, being the remembrance of things past and the remembrance of things to come, which is the same memory. And do not show this text to the uninitiated, for it hath caused madness in men and in beasts. The text, the Magan text. Hearken and remember. In the name of Anu, remember. In the name of Enlil, remember. In the name of Enki, remember. When on high the heavens had not been named, the earth had not been named, and naught existed but the seas of Apsu, the Ancient One, and Mumu Tiamat, the Ancient One, who bore them all, their waters as one water. At this time, before the elder gods had been brought forth, uncalled by name, their destinies unknown and undetermined. Then it was that the gods were formed within the Ancient Ones. Lmu and Lamu were brought forth and called by name, and for ages they grew in age and bearing. Anshar and Kishar were brought forth, and brought forth Anu, who begat Nudimud, our master Enki, who has no rival among the gods. Remember. The elder ones came together. They disturbed Tiamat, the Ancient One, as they surged back and forth. They troubled the belly of Tiamat by their rebellion in the abode of heaven. Apsu could not lessen their clamor. Tiamat was speechless at their ways. Their doings were loathsome unto the Ancient Ones. Apsu rose up to slay the elder gods by stealth. With magic charm and spell, Apsu fought, but was slain by the sorcery of the elder gods, and it was their first victory. His body was lain in an empty space in a crevice of the heavens. Hid he was lain, but his blood cried out to the abode of heaven. Tiamat, enraged, filled with an evil motion, said, "Let us make monsters, that they may go out and do battle against these sons of iniquity, the murderous offspring who have destroyed a god. Hubur arose, she who fashioneth all things, and possessor of magic like unto our master. She added matchless weapons to the arsenals of the Ancient Ones. She bore monster serpents, sharp of tooth, long of fang. She filled their bodies with venom for blood. Roaring dragons she has clothed with terror, has crowned them with halos, making them as gods, so that he who beholds them shall perish, and that with their bodies reared up none might turn them back. She summoned the viper, the dragon, and the winged bull, the great lion, the mad dog, and the scorpion man, mighty rabid demons, feathered serpents, the horseman, bearing weapons that spare not, fearless in battle, charmed with the spells of ancient sorcery. Within 11 of this kind she brought forth with Kingu as leader of the minions. Remember! Enki, our master, fearing defeat, summoned his son Marduk, summoned his son, the son of magic, told him the secret name, the secret number, the secret shape, whereby he might do battle with the ancient horde and be victorious. Marduk Curios, brightest star among the stars, strongest god among the gods, son of magic and the sword, child of wisdom and the word, knower of the secret name, knower of the secret number, knower of the secret shape, he armed himself with a disk of power. In chariots of fire he went forth. With a shouting voice he called the spell. With a blazing flame he filled his body. Dragons, vipers, all fell down. Lions, horsemen, all were slain. The mighty creatures of Hubur were slain. The spells, the charms, the sorcery were broken. Naught but Tiamat remained. The great serpent, the enormous worm, the snake with iron teeth, the snake with sharpened claw, the snake with eyes of death. She lunged at Marduk with a roar, with a curse. She lunged. Marduk struck with the disk of power, blinded Tiamat's eyes of death. The monster heaved and raised its back, struck forth in all directions, spitting ancient words of power, screamed the ancient incantations. Marduk struck again and blew an evil wind into her body, which filled the raging, wicked serpent. Marduk shot between her jaws the charmed arrow of Enki's magic. Marduk struck again and severed the head of Tiamat from its body. And all was silent. Remember. Marduk Victor took the tablets of destiny, unbidden, hung them around his neck. Acclaimed of the elder gods was he. First among the elder ones was he. He split the sundered Tiamat in twain, and fashioned the heavens and the earth, with a gate to keep the ancient ones without, with a gate whose key is hid forever, save to the sons of Marduk, save to the followers of our master Enki, first in magic among the gods. From the blood of Kingu he fashioned man. He constructed watchtowers for the elder gods, fixing their astral bodies as constellations, that they may watch the gate of Apsu. The gate of Tiamat they watch, the gate of Kingu they oversee, the gate whose guardian is Iaksakak they bind. All the elder powers resist the force of ancient artistry, the magic spell of the older ones, the incantations of the primal power, the mountain Kur, the serpent god, the mountain Mashu, that of magic, the dead Cthulhu, dead but dreaming, Tiamat, dead but dreaming, Apsu, Kingu, dead but dreaming. And shall their generation come again? We are the lost ones, from a time before time, from a land beyond the stars, from the age when Anu walked the earth in company of bright angels. We have survived the first war between the powers of the gods, and have seen the wrath of the ancient ones, dark angels, vent upon the earth. We are from a race beyond the wanderers of night. We have survived the age when Apsu ruled the earth, and the power destroyed our generations. We have survived on tops of mountains, and beneath the feet of mountains, and have spoken with the scorpions in allegiance, and were betrayed. And Tiamat has promised us nevermore to attack with water and with wind, but the gods are forgetful. Beneath the seas of Nar Mataru, beneath the seas of the earth, Nar Mataru, beneath the world lay sleeping the god of anger, dead but dreaming, the god Katalu, dead but dreaming, the lord of Kur, calm but thunderous, the one-eyed sword, cold but burning. He who awakens him calls the ancient vengeance of the elder ones, the 7 glorious gods of the 7 glorious cities, upon himself and upon the world, an old vengeance. Know that our years are the years of war, and our days are measured as battles, and every hour is a life lost to the outside. Those from without have builded up charnel houses to nourish the fiends of Tiamat, and the blood of the weakest here is libation unto Tiamat. queen of the ghouls, wreaker of pain, and to invoke her, the red water of life need to be spilt on a stone. The stone struck with a sword that hath slain 11 men, sacrifices to Hubur, so that the strike ringeth out and call Tiamat from her slumber, from the sleep in the caverns of the earth, and none may dare entreat further, for the invoked death is to utter the final prayer. Part 2. Of the generations of the Ancient Ones. Utuk Zul, the accounts of the generations of the Ancient Ones here rendered, of the generations of the Ancient Ones here remembered. Cold and rain that erode all things, they are the evil spirits in the creation of Anu spawned, plague gods, Pazuzu, and the beloved sons of Eng, the offspring of Ninkigal, rending in pieces on high, bringing destruction below. They are the children of the underworld, loudly roaring on high, gibbering loathsomely below. They are the bitter venom of the gods, the great storms directed from heaven, those are they. The owl messenger of Ugi, Lord of Death, those they are. They are the children born of earth, that in the creation of Anu were spawned. The highest walls, the thickest walls, the strongest walls, like a flood they pass, from house to house they ravage. No door can shut them out. No bolt can turn them back. Through the door like snakes they slide, through the bolts like winds they blow, pulling the wife from the embrace of the husband, snatching the child from the loins of man, banishing the man from his home, his land. They are the burning pain that presseth itself on the back of man. They are the ghouls, the spirit of the harlot that hath died in the streets, the spirit of the woman that hath died in the childbirth, the spirit of the woman that hath died weeping with a babe at the breast, the spirit of an evil man, one that haunteth the streets, or one that haunteth the bed. They are 7, 7 are they. Those 7 were born in the mountains of Mashu, called magic. They dwell within the caverns of the earth. Amid the desolate places of the earth they live, amid the places between the places, unknown in heaven and in earth. They are arrayed in terror among the elder gods. There is no knowledge of them. They have no name, not in heaven nor on earth. They ride over the mountain of sunset, and on the mountain of dawn they cry. Through the caverns of the earth they creep, amid the desolate places of the earth they lie. Nowhere are they known, not in heaven nor in the earth. Are they discovered? For their place is outside our place, and between the angles of the earth they lie in wait, crouching for the sacrifice. They are the children of the underworld, falling like rain from the sky, issuing like mist from the earth. Doors do not stop them. Bolts do not stop them. They glide in at the doors like serpents. They enter by the windows like the wind. Itpa they are, entering by the head. Namtar they are, entering by the heart. Utuk they are, entering by the brow. Alal they are, entering by the chest. Gigim they are, seizing the bowels. Talal they are, grasping the hand. Uruku they are, giant larvae, feeding on the blood. They are 7. 7 are they. They seize all the towers, from to Nippur. Yet knows them not. Yet Nippur does not know them. They have brought down the mighty of all the mighty cities of man. Yet man knows them not. Yet the cities do not know them. They have struck down the forests of the east, and have flooded the lands of the west. Yet the east knows them not. Yet the west does not know them. They are a hand grasping at the neck, yet the neck does not know them, and man knows them not. Their words are unwrit, their numbers are unknown, their shapes are all shapes, their habitations, the desolate places where their rites are performed, their habitations, the haunts of man where a sacrifice has been offered, their habitations, the lands here, the cities here, and the lands between the lands, the cities between the cities, in spaces no man has ever walked. In Kurnud, the country from whence no traveler returns, at Ekurbad, in the altar of the temple of the dead, and at Gi Umuna, at their mother's breast, at the fountains of chaos, in the Aralia of Mumu Tiamat, and the gates of Iaksakak. Spirit of the air, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember. Part 3. Of the forgotten generations of man. And was not man created from the blood of Kingu, commander of the hordes of the Ancient Ones? Does not man possess in his spirit the seed of the rebellion against the elder gods? And the blood of man is the blood of vengeance, and the blood of man is the spirit of vengeance? And the power of man is the power of the ancient ones? And this is the covenant. For lo, the elder gods possess the sign, by which the powers of the ancient ones are turned back, but man possesses the sign, and the number, and the shape, to summon the blood of his parents, and this is the covenant, created by the elder gods, from the blood of the ancient ones. Man is the key by which the gate of Eox-Sakak may be flung wide, by which the ancient ones seek their vengeance upon the face of the earth, against the offspring of Marduk. For what is new came from that what is old, and what is old shall replace that what is new. And once again the ancient ones shall rule upon the face of the earth, and this is too the covenant. Part 4 of the Sleep of Ishtar. Yet Ishtar, queen of heaven, bright light of nights, mistress of the gods, set her mind in that direction. From above she set her mind, to below she set her mind. From the heavens she set forth to the abyss, out of the gates of the living, to enter the gates of death, out of the lands we know, into the lands we do not know, to the land of no return, to the land of Queen Ereshkigal, Ishtar, queen of the heavens. She set her mind, Ishtar, daughter of sin, she set her forth to the black earth, the land of Kuta, she set forth. To the house of no return she set her foot. Upon the road whence none return she set her foot. To the cave forever unlit, where bowls of clay are heaped upon the altar, where bowls of dust are the food, of residence clothed only in wings. To Apsu Ishtar set forth, where sleeps the dread Katalu. Ishtar set forth. The watcher stood fast. The watcher, Ningizida, stood fast. And Ishtar spoke unto him, Ningizida, serpent of the deep. Ningizida, horned serpent of the deep. Ningizida, plumed serpent of the deep. Open the door that I may enter. Ningizida, spirit of the deep, watcher of the gate, remember. In the name of our father, before the flight Enki, lord and master of magicians, open the door that I may enter. Open, lest I attack the door, lest I break apart its bars, lest I attack the barrier, lest I take its walls by force. Open the door, open wide the gate, lest I cause the dead to rise. I will raise up the dead. I will cause the dead to rise and devour the living. Open the door, lest I cause the dead to outnumber the living. Ningizida, spirit of the deep, watcher of the gate, open. Ningizida, the great serpent, coiled back on itself and answered, Ishtar, lady, queen among the gods, I go before my mistress, Ereshkigal. Before the queen of death I will announce thee. And Ningizida, horned serpent, approached the lady Ereshkigal and said, Behold, Ishtar, thy sister, queen among the gods, stands before the gate, daughter of sin, mistress of Enki. She waits. And Ereshkigal was pale with fear. The dark waters stirred. Go, watcher of the gate, go, Ningizida, watcher of the gate, open the door to Ishtar, and treat her as it is written in the ancient covenant. And Ningizida loosed the bolt from the hatch, and darkness fell upon Ishtar. The dark waters rose and carried the goddess of light to the realms of the night. And the serpent spoke, Enter, queen of heaven, of the great above, that Ker may rejoice, that Kuta may give praise, that Kutu may smile. Enter, that Cthulhu may be pleased at thy presence. And Ishtar entered. And there are 7 gates and 7 decrees. At the first gate, Ningizida removed the crown. The great crown of her head he took away. And Ishtar asked, Why, serpent, hast thou removed my first jewel? And the serpent answered, Thus it is the covenant of old, set down before time, the rules of the lady of Kutu. Enter the first gate. At the second gate, Ningizida removed the wand of lapis lazuli. He took away, and Ishtar asked, Why, Neti, hast thou removed my second jewel? And Neti answered, Thus it is the covenant of old, set down before time, the decrees of the lady of Kutu. Enter the second gate. At the third gate, Ningizida removed the jewels around her neck he took away, and Ishtar asked, Why, gatekeeper, hast thou removed my third jewel? And the gatekeeper answered, Thus it is the covenant of old, set down before time, the decrees of the lady of Kutu. Enter the third gate. At the fourth gate, Ningazida removed the jewels. The jewels on her breast he took away, and Ishtar asked, "Why, guardian of the outer, hast thou removed my fourth jewel?" And the guardian answered, "Thus it is the covenant of old, set down before time. The rules of the Lady of Kutu. Enter the fourth gate." At the fifth gate, Ningazida removed the jewels, the belt of jewels, around her hips. He took away, and Ishtar asked, "Why, Watcher of the forbidden entrance, hast thou removed my fifth jewel?" And the Watcher answered, "Thus it is the covenant of old, set down before time, the rules of the Lady of Kutu. Enter the fifth gate." At the sixth gate, Ningazida, removed the jewels around her wrists, and the jewels around her ankles he took away. And Ishtar asked, "Why, Ninkigal, hast thou removed my sixth jewel?" And Ninkigal answered, "Thus it is the ancient covenant, set down before time, the decrees of the Lady of Kutu. Enter the sixth gate." At the seventh gate, Ningazida removed the jeweled robes of Ishtar he took away. Ishtar without protection, without safety, Ishtar without talisman or amulet, asked, "Why, messenger of the ancient ones, hast thou removed my seventh jewel?" And the messenger of the ancient ones replied, "Thus it is the covenant of old, set down before time, the rules of the Lady of Kutu. Enter the seventh gate, and behold the netherworld." Ishtar has descended to the land of Ker. To the depths of Kutha she went down, having lost her 7 talismans of the upper worlds, having lost her 7 powers of the land of living, without food of life or water of life. She appeared before Ereshkigal, mistress of death. Ereshkigal screamed at her presence. Ishtar raised up her arm. Ereshkigal summoned Namtar, the magician Namtar, saying these words she spoke to him: "Go imprison her, blind her in darkness, chain her in the sea below the seas, release against her the 7 Anunnaki. Release against her the 60 demons, against her eyes and the demons of the eyes, against her sides the demons of the sides, against her heart the demons of the heart, against her feet the demons of the feet, against her head the demons of the head, and against her entire body the demons of Ker." And the demons tore at her from every side. And the Anunnaki, dread judges, 7 lords of the underworld, drew around her, faceless gods of Apsu. They stared, fixed her with the eye of death. With the glance of death they killed her, and hung her like a corpse from a stake. The 60 demons tearing her limbs from her sides, her eyes from her head, her ears from her skull. Ereshkigal rejoiced. Blind Azagthoth rejoiced. Eoxakak rejoiced. Ishnigarab rejoiced. Cthulhu rejoiced. The Maskim gave praise to the Queen of Death. The Gigim gave praise to Ereshkigal, Queen of Death. And the Elder Ones were rent with fear. Our father Enki, Lord of Magic, receiving word by Ninshubur, Ishtar's servant, Ninshubur, he hears of Ishtar's sleep in the house of death. He hears how Ganzir has been opened, how the face of the abyss opened wide its mouth, and swallowed the Queen of Heaven, Queen of the rising of the sun. And Enki summoned forth clay, and Enki summoned forth wind, and from the clay and from the wind Enki fashioned 2 elementals. He fashioned the Ker-Garu, spirit of the earth. He fashioned the Kalaturu, spirit of the seas. To the Ker-Garu he gave the food of life. To the Kalaturu he gave the water of life. And to these images he spoke aloud: "Arise, Ker-Garu, spirit of the earth. Arise, Kalaturu, spirit of the seas. Arise and set thy feet to the gate Ganzir, to the gate of the underworld, the land of no return. Set thine eyes, the 7 gates shall open for thee, no spell shall keep thee out, for my number is upon you. Take the bag of the food of life, take the bag of the water of life, and Ereshkigal shall not harm you. Ereshkigal shall not raise her arm against you. Ereshkigal shall have no power over you. Find the corpse of Inayana, find the corpse of Ishtar, our queen, and sprinkle the food of life 60 times, and sprinkle the water of life 60 times. 60 times the food of life and the water of life sprinkle upon her body, and truly Ishtar will rise, with giant wings and scales like serpents." The 2 elementals flew to the gate, invisible. Ningizida saw them not, invisible. They passed the 7 watchers. With haste they entered the palace of death, and they beheld several terrible sights. The demons of all the abyss lay there, dead but dreaming. They clung to the walls of the house of death, faceless and terrible. The Anunnaki stared out, blind and mad. Azagthoth reared up, the eye of the throne opened. The dark waters stirred, the gates of lapis lazuli glistened in the darkness. Unseen monsters spawned at the dawn of ages, spawned in the battle of Marduk and Tiamat, spawned by Hubur, with the sign of Hubur, led by Kingu. With haste they fled through the palace of death, stopping only at the corpse of Ishtar, the beautiful queen, mistress of the gods, lady of all the harlots of bright shining one of the heavens, beloved of Enki, lay hung and bleeding from 1,000 fatal wounds. Reshkigal, sensing their presence, cried out, Kurgaru, armed with fire, looked upon the queen of corpses with the ray of fire. Kalaturu, armed with flame, looked upon the queen of the graves with the rays of flame. And Reshkigal, mighty in Kutha, turned her face upon the corpse of Inayana. 60 times they sprinkled the water of life of Enki upon the corpse of Ishtar. 60 times they sprinkled the food of life of Enki upon the corpse hung from a stake. They directed the spirit of life. Inayana arose. The dark waters trembled and roiled. Azagthoth screamed upon the throne. Kutalo lurched forth from his sleep. Ishnigarab fled the palace of death. Iaxakak trembled in fear and hate. The Anunnaki fled their thrones. The eye upon the throne took flight. Reshkigal roared and summoned Namtar, the magician. Namtar she called, but not for pursue, but for protection. Inayana ascended from the underworld. With the winged elementals she fled the gates of Ganzir, and Nedi she fled, and verily the dead fled ahead of her. When through the first gate they fled, Ishtar took back her jeweled robes. When through the second gate they fled, Ishtar took back her jeweled bracelets. When through the third gate they fled, Ishtar took back the jeweled belt. When through the fourth gate they fled, Ishtar took back her jeweled necklace. When through the fifth gate they fled, Ishtar took back her belt of jewels. When through the sixth gate they fled, Ishtar took back her wand of lapis. And when through the seventh gate they fled, Ishtar took back her jeweled crown. And the demons rose, and spirits of the dead, and went with her out of the gates, looking neither right nor left, walking in front and behind. They went with Ishtar from the gate of Ganzir. Out of the netherworld they accompanied her, and Reshkigal, scorned queen of the abyss, wherein all are drowned, pronounced a curse, solemn and powerful, against the queen of the rising of the sun, and Namtar gave it form. When the lover of Ishtar, beloved of the queen of heaven, goes down before me, goes through the gate of Ganzir to the house of death, when with him the wailing people come, the weeping woman and the wailing man, when Dumuzi is slain and buried, may the dead rise and smell the incense. Part 5. Stoop not down, therefore, unto the darkly shining world, where the Apsu lies in dark waters, and Katalu sleeps and dreams. Stoop not down, therefore, for an abyss lies beneath the world, reached by a descending ladder that hath 7 steps, reached by a descending pathway that hath 7 gates, and therein is established the throne of an evil and fatal force. For from the cavities of the world leaps forth the evil demon, the evil god, the evil genius, the evil ensnarer, the evil phantom, the evil devil, the evil larvae, showing no true signs unto mortal man, and the dead will rise and smell the incense. The Eurelia text. The following is the text of Eurelia, the Book of the Worm. It contains the formula by which the wreakers of havoc perform their rites. These are the prayers of the ensnarers, the leers in wait, the blind fiends of chaos, the most ancient evil. These incantations are said by the hidden priests and creatures of these powers, defeated by the elders and the 7 powers led by Marduk, supported by Enki and the whole host of Igigi. Defeaters of the old serpent, the ancient worm, Tiamat, the abyss, also called Cthulhu, the corpse god, slain by the wrath of Marduk and the magic of Enki, yet who lies not dead, but dreaming. He whom secret priests initiated into the black rites whose names are writ forever in the book of chaos can summon, if they but know how. These words are not to be shown to any man, or the curse of Enki be upon thee. Such are the words. Ea, 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 Eo, Eo, Eo. I am the god of gods. I am the lord of darkness and master of magicians. I am the power and the knowledge. I am before all things. I am before Anu and the Igigi. I am before Anu and the Anunnaki. I am before the seven Shurapaki. I am before all things. I am before Enki and Shemesh. I am before all things. I am before Ninursak and the table of Lenki. I am before all things. I am before Inayana and Ishtar. I am before Nayana and Udu. I am before Endukuga and Nindukuga. I am before Areshkegal. I am before all things. Before me was made nothing that was made. I am before all gods. I am before all days. I am before all men and legends of men. I am the Ancient One. No man may seek my resting place. I receive the sun at night and the moon by day. I am the receiver of the sacrifice of the wanderers. The mountains of the west cover me. The mountains of magic cover me. I am the Ancient of Days. I am before Apsu. I am before Narmaratu. I am before Anu. I am before Kia. I am before all things. Ea, 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 Ea Sakakt, Ea Sakak, Ea Shazul, Ea, Ea, Ea Utukuzul, Ea, Ea Ziksul, Ea Ziksul, Ea Kingu, Ea Azbul, Ea Azabwa, Ea Zaztur, Ea Hubur, Ea, Ea, Ea Baksa baksak sak 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 baksak sak 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 sa kaktaktamanias. Part 2. The Abominations. The terrible offspring of the Ancient Ones may be summoned by the priest. These offspring may be called and adjured to perform what tasks the priest may deem necessary in his temple. They were begotten before all ages and dwelt in the blood of Kingu, and Marduk could no longer shut them out. And they dwell in our country and alongside our generations, though they may not be seen. And this was taught by the priests of Babylon, who charged that these formula may never be revealed to anyone who is not initiated into our ways, for to do so would be the most frightful error. Though they dwell beyond the gate, they may be summoned when Marduk is not watchful, and sleeps on those days when he has no power. When the great bear hangs from its tail, and on the 4 quarters of the year computed therefrom, and on the spaces between these angles. On these days the mother Tiamat is restless, the corpse Cthulhu shakes beneath the earth, and our master Enki is sore afraid. Prepare, then, the bowl of Tiamat, the dur of Inder, the lost bowl, the shattered bowl of the sages, summoning thereby the Firik of Gid, and the lady Shakuguku, the queen of the cauldron. Recite the conjuration Ea Adu and E over it, and build the fire therein, calling Gabil when thou dost, after his manner and form. When the fire is built and conjured, then mayest thou raise thine dagger, summoning the assistance of Ninkarsag, queen of the demons, and Ninkazi, the horned queen, and Ningizida, the queen of the magic wand, after their manner and form. And when thou hast accomplished this, and made the proper sacrifice, thou mayest begin calling whichsoever of the offspring thou mayest, after opening the gate. Do not open the gate, save for an especial time that thou state at the time of opening, and it may not stay open for a moment after the passage of the hour of Tiamat, else all the abyss break forth upon the earth, and the dead rise to eat the living. For it is writ, I will cause the dead to rise and devour the living. I will give to the dead power over the living, that they may outnumber the living. After thou hast performed the necessary, called the spirit, appointed his task, set the time of the closing of the gate, and the return of the spirit therein, thou must not leave the place of calling, but remain there until the return of the spirit and the closing of the gate. The lord of abominations is Humwawa of the south winds, whose face is a mass of the entrails of the animals and men. His breath is the stench of dung, and no incense can banish the odor from where Humwawa has been. Humwawa is the dark angel of all that is excreted, and of all that sours. And as all things come to the time when they will decay, So also Humwawa is the lord of the future of all that goes upon the earth, and any man's future years may be seen by gazing into the very face of this angel, taking care not to breathe the horrid perfume that is the odor of death. And this is the signature of Humwawa presented here in the book. And if Humwawa appears to the priest, will not the dread Pazuzu also be there? Lord of all fevers and plagues, grinning dark angel of the four wings, horned with the rotting genitalia, from which he howls in pain through sharpened teeth over the lands of the cities sacred to the Afkalu, even in the height of the sun, as in the height of the moon, even with whirling sand and wind, as with empty stillness, and it is the able magician indeed who can remove Pazuzu, once he has laid hold of a man, for Pazuzu lays hold unto death. Know that Humwawa and Pazuzu are brothers. Humwawa is the eldest, who rides upon a silent, whispering wind, and claims the flocks for his own, by which sign you shall know that Pazuzu will come. And this is the sigil of Pazuzu, by which he is constrained to come, here in this book. Of all the gods and spirits of abomination, there can be no use or gain to call upon Azathoth. He is surely mad. Rendered sightless in the battle, he is lord of chaos, and the priest can find little use for him. He is also too powerful to control once called, and gives violent struggle before sent back to the gate, for which only a strong and able magician may dare raise him. Thus, for that reason, his seal is not given. Of all the gods and spirits of abomination, Cthulhu only cannot be summoned, for he is the sleeping lord. The magician cannot hope to have any power over him, but he may be worshipped, and for him the proper sacrifices may be made, so that he will spare thee when he rises to the earth. And the times for the sacrifice are the same times as the sleeping of Marduk, for this is when great Cthulhu moves, and he is the very fire of the earth, and power of all magic. When he joins with the abominations of the sky, Tiamat will once more rule the earth, and this is his seal, here in the book. And there are 4 spirits of the spaces, and they come upon the wind, and they are the things of the wind and of fire. And the first comes from the north, and is called Uster, and has a human shape. And he is the most ancient of the 4, and a great lord of the world. And the second comes from the east, and is called Sed, and has the shape of a bull, but with a human face, and is very mighty. And the third comes from the south, and is called Lamas, and is of the shape of a lion, but with a human head, and governs those things of the flame, and the burning wind. And the fourth comes from the west, and is called Natig, and is of the shape of an eagle, but with a human body, having only the face and wings of an eagle, with an eagle's claws. And this eagle comes from the sea, and is a great mystery. And from Nusku upon Uru they come, and do not wait, and are always present, and they receive the wanderers in their seasons. And the season of Sed is that of the great night, when the bear is slain. And this is the month of Eru, and the season of Lamas, in the month of Abu, and that of Natig, in Arashama, and lastly that of Uster, in Shabbatu. Thus are the 4 spirits of the 4 spaces, and their seasons, and they dwell between the sun's spaces, and are not of them, but of the stars, and, as it is said, of the very Igigi themselves, although this is not altogether known. And to summon these and other demons, the herb Aglaophotis must be burnt in a new bowl that has a crack, and the incantations recited clearly, and it must be the evil times, and at night. And the Akkaru may be summoned, which sucketh the blood from a man, as it desires to become a man, and must take that which Marduk took in his fashioning of man, the blood of Kingu. But the Akkaru will never become man, and the Akkaru may be summoned, if its sign be known, and it is thus presented here in this book. And the Lalasu may be called, which haunteth the places of man, seeking also to become like man, but these are not to be spoken to, lest the priest become afflicted with madness, and become unto a living Lalasu, which must needs to be slain, and the spirit thereof exorcised, for it is evil, and causeth only terror, and no good can come of it. It is like the Lalartu, and of the same family, save the Lalartu was once living and is caught between the worlds, seeking entrance into one or the other. And it must not be permitted entrance into this, for it is of a sickened constitution, and will slay mothers at birth, like unto Lamashta, the queen of sickness and misery. And the signs by which these things may be summoned are these, if the priest have need of them, but know that it is not lawful. And this is the seal of the Lalasu, and this is the seal of the Lalartu, both provided here in this book. And know that the Minu of Enki is powerful against these, but against all operations of demonic character, and some of these may be rendered fruitless thereby. Therefore it must always be hid. Know that Galal and Lilith are quick to become at calling, and invadeth the beds of man, robbing the water of life and the food of life, and which to quicken the dead. But their labors are fruitless, for they do not have the formula. But the priest has the formula, and the food of life and the water of life may be brought to him by such as these, should he call them, but he must call many, for after the passage of 1/10 of a moon the elements are dead. And Galal invades the bed of a woman, and Lilith that of a man, and sometimes evil beings are born of these hauntings, and as such must be slain, for the children of Galal are workers natural of the Ancient One, having his spirit, and the children of Lilith are likewise, but are born in secret places, which may not be perceived by man. And it is not until the time of their maturity that such as these are given to walking in the places of men. And Galal rideth upon the wind, but oftentimes Lilith cometh of the water, which is why running water must be used in the rites, because of the cleanliness thereof. And the sign of Galal is thus provided, and the sign of Lilith is thus provided. And Zaster is a foul demoness, who slays men in their sleep, and devours that which she will, and of her no more may be said, for it is unlawful. But know that the worshippers of Tiamat know her well, and that she is beloved of the Ancient Ones. This is her sign by which you may know her, provided here in the book. And know further that the legions of these evil ones are uncountable, and stretcheth forth on all sides and into all places, though they cannot be seen except at certain times and to certain persons. And these times are as said before, and the persons unknown, for who can know Zaster? But the dead may be always summoned, and many times are willing to rise, but some are stubborn and desire to remain where they are, and do not rise, save for the efforts of the priest who has power, as Ishtar, both in this place and in the other. And the dead must be called in the 4 directions, and in the 4 spaces, for, not knowing where it is, the priest must needs take especial care that he call everywhere, for the spirit may be in flight. And a dead god may be also summoned, and the formula is that which follows. It must be spoken clearly aloud, and not a word changed, else the spirit of the god may devour thee, as there is no food and no drink where they are. And it must be called in a secret place without windows, or with windows only in one place, and that should be in the northern wall of the place, and the only light shall be of 1 lamp, set on the altar, and the lamp need not be the new, nor the altar, for it is a rite of age, and of the Ancient Ones, and they care not for newness, and the altar should be of a large rock set in the earth, and a sacrifice acceptable unto the nature of the god should be made. And at the time of the calling, the waters of Apsu will roil, and Cthulhu will stir, but unless it be his time, he will not rise. And this conjuration of the dead god is here, right now. May Namtar open my eyes that I may see. May Namtar open my ears that I may hear. May Namtar open my nose that I may sense his approach. May Namtar open my mouth that my voice will be heard to the far reaches of the earth. May Namtar strengthen my right hand that I shall be strong to keep the dead. Under my power, under my very power, I conjure thee, O ancestor of the gods. I summon thee, creature of darkness, by the works of darkness. I summon thee, creature of hatred, by the words of hatred. I summon thee, creature of the wastes, by the rites of the waste. I summon thee, creature of pain, by the words of pain. I summon and call thee forth from the abode in darkness. I evoke thee from thy resting place in the bowels of the earth. I summon thine eyes to behold the brightness of my wand, which is full of the fire of life. I conjure thee, O ancestor of the gods. I summon thee, creature of darkness, by the works of darkness. I summon thee, creature of hatred, by the works of hatred. I summon thee, creature of the wastes, by the rites of the waste. I summon thee, creature of pain, by the words of pain. By the 4 square pillars of earth that support the sky, may they stand fast against them that desire to harm me. I evoke thee from thy resting place in the bowels of the earth. I summon thee in thine ears to hear the word that is never spoken except by the Father, the eldest of all, who know age. The word that binds and commands is my word. Ia, 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 ingibana baraia, iarogish garag narab. I conjure thee, O ancestor of the gods. I summon thee, creature of darkness, by the works of darkness. I summon thee, creature of hatred, by the works of hatred. I summon thee, creature of the wastes, by the rites of the waste. I summon thee, creature of pain, by the words of pain. I summon thee and call thee forth from thy abode in darkness. I evoke thee from thy resting place in the bowels of the earth. May the dead rise and smell the incense. And this shall be recited only once. And if the god do not appear, do not persist, but finish the rite quietly, for it means that it hath been summoned elsewhere, or is engaged in some work, which it is better not to disturb. And when thou hast set out bread for the dead to eat, remember to pour honey thereupon, for it is pleasing to the goddess whom no one worshippeth, who wanders by night through the streets amid the howling of the dogs and the wailing of the infants. For in her time a great temple was built unto her, and sacrifices of infants made, that she might save the city from the enemies who dwelt without. And the number of infants thus slain is countless and unknowable. And she did save that city, but it was taken soon thereafter, when the people no more offered up their children, and when the people made to offer again. At the time of the attack, the goddess turned her back and fled from her temple, and it is no more, and the name of the goddess is no more known. And she maketh the infants restless and to cry. So the reason for the pouring of honey over the sacred bread, for it is written, Bread of the cult of the dead, in its place I eat, in the court prepared. Water of the cult of the dead, in its place I drink. A queen am I, who has become estranged to the cities. She that comes from the lowlands in a sunken boat am I. I am the virgin goddess, hostile to my city, a stranger in my streets. Muzagamenna, Uruma, Brme, Yensulamu, Girmeen. O spirit, who understand thee, who comprehend thee? Now, there are 2 incantations to the ancient ones set down here, which are well known to the sorcerers of the night. They who make images and burn them by the moon, and by other things. And they burn unlawful grasses and herbs, and raise tremendous evils, and their words are never written down. It is said, but these are, and they are prayers of emptiness and darkness, which rob the spirit. Hymn to the Ancient Ones. They are lying down, the great old ones. The bolts are fallen, and the fastenings are placed. The crowds are quiet, and the people are quiet. The elder gods of the land, the elder goddesses of the land, Shemesh, Sin, Adad, Ishtar, have gone to sleep in heaven. They are not pronouncing judgments. They are not deciding decisions. Veiled is the night. The temple and the most holy places are quiet and dark. The judge of truth, the father of the fatherless, Shemesh, has gone to his chamber. O ancient ones, gods of the night, Azabwa, Iaxakak, Cthulhu, Ningi Zida, O bright one, Gibil, O warrior, Ira, 7 stars of 7 powers, ever-shining star of the north, Sirius, Draconis, Capricornus, stand by and accept this sacrifice I offer. May it be acceptable to the most ancient gods, Yamashmashti, Kakamu, Selah. Invocation of the powers. Spirit of the earth, remember. Spirit of the seas, remember. In the names of the most secret spirits of Nar, Maratuk, the sea below the seas, and of Cthulhu, the serpent who sleepeth dead from beyond the graves of the kings, from beyond the tomb wherein Inayana, daughter of the gods, gained entrance to the unholy slumbers of the she-fiend of Kuthuleth. In Shurupak I summon thee to mine aid. In I summon thee to mine aid. In Nippur I summon thee to mine aid. In Eridu I summon thee to mine aid. In Kula I summon thee to mine aid. In Lagash I summon thee to mine aid. Rise up, O powers, from the sea below all seas, from the grave beyond all graves, from the land of Til to Shin, Nebu, Ishtar, Shemesh, Nergal, Marduk, Adar, house of the water of life, Pale Enkidu. Hear me, spirit of the seas, remember, spirit of the graves, remember. And with these incantations, and with others, the sorcerers and the she-sorcerers call many things that harm the life of man. And they fashion images out of wax, and out of flour and honey, and of all the metals, and burn them, or otherwise destroy them, and chant the ancient curses, thereby destroying men, cities, and civilizations. And they cause plagues, for they summon Pazuzu. And they cause madness, for they call Azagthoth. And these spirits come upon the wind, and some upon the earth, crawling. And no oil, no powder, suffices to save a man from this iniquity, save the exorcisms handed down and recited by the able priest, and they work by the moon, and not by the sun. And by older planets than the Chaldeans were aware, and in cords they tie knots, and each is a spell, and if these knots be found, they may be untied, and the cords burnt, and the spell shall be broken, as it is written, and their sorcery shall be as molten wax, and no more. And a man may cry out, What have I done, and my generation, that such evil shall befall me? And it means nothing, save that a man, being born, is of sadness, for he is of the blood of the ancient ones, but has the spirit of the elder gods breathed into him. And his body goes to the ancient ones, but his mind is turned towards the elder gods. And this is the war which shall be always fought until the last generation of man, for the world is unnatural. When the great Cthulhu rises up and greets the stars, then the war will be over, and the world be won. Such is the covenant of the abominations, and the end of this text. The testimony of the mad Arab, the second part. Nippur, Eridu, Kula, Kesh, Lagash, Shrupak, Selah. Day of living, rising sun, day of plenty, gracious sun, day of perfect, grand delight, day of fortune, brilliant night. O shining day, O laughing day, O day of life and love and luck. 7 oldest, wisest ones, 7 sacred, learned ones. Be my guardians, polished swords, be my watchful, patient lords. Protect me from the Rabishu, O shining splendorous Afkalu. What god have I offended? What goddess? What sacrifice have I failed to make? What unknown evil have I committed, that my going out should be thus accompanied by the fearful howlings of 100 wolves? May the heart of my god return to its place. May the heart of my goddess return to its place. May the god I do not know be quieted towards. May the goddess I do not know be quiet towards me. May the heart of the unknown god return to its place for me. May the heart of the unknown goddess return to its place for me. I have traveled on the spheres, and the spheres do not protect me. I have descended into the abyss, and the abyss does not protect me. I have walked to the tops of mountains, and the mountains do not protect me. I have walked the seas, and the seas do not protect me. The lords of the wind rush about me and are angered. The lords of the earth crawl about my feet and are angered. The spirits have forgotten me. My time is shortened, and I must complete as much as I can before I am taken away by the voice that ever calls. The moon's days are numbered upon the earth, and the sun's, and I know not the meaning of these omens, but that they are. And the oracles are dried up, and the stars spin in their places, and the heavens look to be uncontrolled with no order, and the spheres are crooked and wandering, and the sign of Zadok is floating above my writing table. But I cannot read the runes any longer, for that sight is failing me. Is it always in this fashion? And the sign of Zastor rises up behind me, and of that I know the meaning, but may not write, for I received the message elsewhere. I can hardly speak, recognize my own voice. The abyss yawns wide before me. A gate has been broken. Know that the seven spheres must be entered in their times and in their seasons, one at a time, never the one before the other. Know that the four beasts of the spaces claim the blood of the initiate, each in their own time and the seasons. Know that Tiamat seeks ever to rise to the stars, and when the upper is united to the lower, then a new age will come of earth, and the serpent shall be made whole, and the waters will be as one, when on high the heavens had not been named. Remember to protect the livestock of the village and thy family, the elder sign and the sign of the race, but the watcher, too, if they be slow. And no sacrifices are to be made in that time, for the blood will be spilt for them that have come in, and will call them. Remember to keep to the low ground and not the high, for the ancient ones swing easily to the tops of the temples and the mountains, whereby they may survey what they had lost the last time, and sacrifices made on the tops of those temples are lost to them. Remember thy life is in running water, and not in still water, for the latter is the breeding place of the Lilitu, and her creatures are the offspring of them, and do worship as at their shrines, the places of which are unknown to thee. But where thou seest a standing stone, there they will be, for such is their altar. Remember to carve the signs exactly as I have told thee, changing not one mark, lest the amulet prove a curse against thee that wear it. Know that salt absorbs the evil effluvia of the larvae, and is useful to cleanse the tools with. Do not speak first to the demon, but let him speak first to thee, and if he speak, charge him to speak clearly, in a soft and pleasing voice, and in thy tongue, for it will otherwise surely confuse thee and deafen thee with its roar, and charge it to keep its stench, that it may not make thee faint. Remember not to make the sacrifice either too large or too small, for if it is too small, the demon will not come, or, if coming, will be angered with thee, so that it will not speak, even when charged, for that is the covenant. And if it be too large, it will grow too large and too fast, and will become difficult to control. And one such demon was raised by that priest of Jerusalem, Abdul ben Martu, and was fed extensively on the sheep of the flocks of Palestine, whereupon it grew to frightening proportion and eventually devoured him. But that was madness, for Ben Martu worshipped the old ones, which is unlawful, as it is written. Remember that the essences of the ancient ones are in all things, but that the essence of the elder gods are in all things that live, and this will prove of value to thee when the time comes. Remember the Ara, especially when dealing with them of fire, for they respect it, and no other. Remember to keep the moon pure. Beware of the cults of death, and these are the cult of the dog, the cult of the dragon, and the cult of the goat. For they are worshippers of the ancient ones, and forever try to let them in. For they have a formula of which it is unlawful to speak, and these cults are not strong, save at their seasons, when the heavens open up to them and unto their race. And there shall forever be war between us and the race of the Draconis, for the race of Draconis was ever powerful in ancient times, when the first temples were built in Magan. And they drew down much strength from the stars, but now they are as wanderers of the wastelands, and dwell in caves and in deserts, and in all lonely places where they have set up stones. And these I have seen in my journeys through those areas, where the ancient cults once flourished, and where now there is only sadness and desolation. And I have seen them in their rites, and the awful things they call forth from the lands beyond time. I have seen the signs carved upon their stones, their altars. I have seen the signs of Pazuzu and Zaled, and those of Zaster and Azagthoth, and similarly those of Ishnigrab, and the awful offspring of the goat, and the terrible musics of their race. I have seen the blood spilt upon the stone. I have seen that stone struck with a sword. and have seen the stone raise up, and the serpent crawl forth, and this power is surely damned. But where does Marduk tarry? And what of Shemesh? The sleeping gods truly sleep. And what crime have I committed? What unknown god have I transgressed? What forbidden thing have I eaten? What forbidden thing have I drunk? My suffering, it is 7. It is 7 times 7. O gods, do not cast thy servant down. Remember the scorpion man who dwells in the mountains. He was of old created by Tiamat to fight the elder gods, but was permitted to stay below the mountains by them. But he has deceived us once, and may do so again. But call upon him if there be something concerning the outside that you would know, that I have not told thee. And his sign is simple, and it is thus presented here in this book. And merely face the place where he is, and he will come and speak. But do not do this at dawn. For then the sun rises, and the scorpion has no power, not from the dawn till the dusk, during which time he is forced back beneath the earth. For that is the letter of the covenant concerning him. For it is written, he shall not raise his head above the sun. And again, his is the dark times. And again, he knows of the gate, but not the gate. And the scorpion man has another of his race, female, that dwells with him there. But of her it is not lawful to speak, and she must be banished with the exorcisms should she appear to thee, for her touch is death. And of the cult of the dragon, that what more can I say to thee? They worship when that star is highest in the heavens, and is of the sphere of the Igigi, as are the stars of the dog and the goat. And their worshippers have always been with us, though they are not of our same race, but of the race of their stars, of the ancient ones. And they keep not our laws, but murder quickly, and without thought, and their blood covers them. They have summoned the spirit of war, and plague openly upon our race, and have caused great numbers of our people and our animals to die, after a most unnatural fashion, and they are unfeeling towards pain, and fear not the sword of the flame, for they are the authors of all pain. They are the very creatures of darkness and sorrow, yet they sorrow not. Remember the smell. They can be told by their smell, and their many unnatural sciences and arts, which cause wondrous things to happen, but which are unlawful to our people. And who is their master? Of this I do not know, but I have heard them calling Enki, which is surely a blasphemy. For Enki is our race, as it is writ in the text of Magan. But perhaps they called another, whose name I do not know. But surely it was not Enki. And I have heard them calling all the names of the ancient ones, proudly at their rites. And I have seen the blood spilt upon the ground, and the mad dancing, and the terrible cries as they yelled upon their gods to appear and aid them in their mysteries. And I have seen them turn the very moon's rays into liquid, the which they poured upon their stones, for a purpose I could not divine. And I have seen them turn into many strange kinds of beasts, as they gathered in their appointed places, the temples of Ophal, whereupon horns grew from heads that had not horns, and teeth from mouths that had not such teeth, and hands become as the talons of eagles, or the claws of the dogs that roam the desert areas, mad and howling, like unto those who even now call my name outside this room. I cry laments, but no one hears me. I am overwhelmed with horror. I cannot see. Gods, do not cast thy servant down. Remember the sword of the watcher. Do not touch it until you want it to depart, for it will depart at a touch and leave thee unprotected for the remainder of the rite. And although the circle is a boundary which none can cross, thou wilt find thyself unprepared to meet the incredible sights that will greet thee outside. Remember also the sacrifices to the watcher. They must be regular, for the watcher is of a different race, and cares not for thy life, save that he obey thy commands when the sacrifice have been met. And forgetting the elder's sign will surely cause thee much grief. And I have seen a race of man that worships a giant cow, and they come from somewhere east, beyond the mountains, and they are surely worshippers of an ancient one, but of its name I am not certain, and do not write it down, for it is useless to thee anyway. And in their rites they become as cows, and it is disgusting to see. But they are evil, and so I warn thee. And I have seen rites that can kill a man at a great distance, and rites that can cause sickness to a man wherever he lives by the use of a simple charm, which must be spoken in its tongue, and in no other, or so it is said. And this charm is as follows: Azagal Ra Sagbi Muunate Namtar Galra Zibi Muonate Utuk Zul Gubi Muunate Allah Zul Gabi Muanate Gidim Zul Ibi Umu Unate Galazul Kadbi Muunate Tingir Zul Girbi Muunate Iminabiene Tashbi Abandibi Esh. And this they would chant over a doll of wax as it what was burning in their wicked cauldrons. And in these things they took great delight, and still do where they are to be found at their shrines of loathsomeness. And I have seen the lands of farmers ravaged by their evil spells, scorched black by flame and burning embers that descend from the sky. And that is the sign that they have been there, where the earth is black and charred, and where nothing grows. And when fire comes from the heavens, there will surely be panic among the people, and the priest must calm them and take this book, of which he must make a copy in his own hand, and read the exorcisms therein, that his people may not be harmed. For a sword will appear in the sky at those times, a signal to the ancient ones that one of theirs has escaped and entered into this world. And it shall be an omen to thee that such a spirit is abroad in the land, and must be found, and thou mayest send thy watcher to the search, and it will surely tell thee of its neighborhood. And if it is not stopped by the magical power of the priest, there will be great destruction of cities, and fire will rain from the spheres until the elder gods see your plight and will quell the uprising of the ancient ones with powerful charms. But many will be lost to the outside at that time. Watch well the stars, for when comets are to be seen in the neighborhood of Capricornus, his cults will rejoice, and the spells will increase from their quarter. And when comets are to be seen in Draconis, there is great danger, for the cults of the dragon do rise up at that time, and make many sacrifices, not only of animal, but of men. And when comets are to be seen in the neighborhood of the star Sirius, then there will be great difficulty in the houses of kings, and brother will rise up against brother, and there shall be war and famine. And in these things the worshippers of the dog will rejoice, and reap the spoils of these conflicts, and will grow fat. If thou happenest upon such a cult in the midst of their rituals, do but hide well, so that they do not see thee, else they will surely kill thee, and make of thee a sacrifice to their gods, and thy spirit will be in grave danger. And the howling of the wolves will be for thee, and the spirit which escapes from thee, this, if thou be lucky to die quickly, for these cults rejoice in the slow spilling of blood, whereby they derive much power and strength in their ceremonies. Watch well, however, all that they do and all that they say, and write it down in a book that no one will see, as I have done, for it will serve thee well at some future time, when thou wilt recognize them by their hands, by their words, or by their actions, and thou mayest procure amulets against them, by which their spells are rendered useless and dull, by burning the names of their gods upon parchment or silk in a cauldron of thine own devising. And thy watcher will carry the burnt spell to their altar, and deposit it thereupon. And they will be much afraid, and cease their workings for a while. And their stones will crack, and their gods be sorely angry with their servants. Write the book thou keepest well and clearly, and when it is time for thee to go out, as it is my time now, it will pass into the hands of those who may have the best use of it, and who are faithful servants of the elder gods, and will swear eternal warfare against the rebellious demons who would destroy the civilizations of man. And if thou knowest the names of they who would harm thee, Write them upon figures of wax made in their image, upon which you will make the curse, and melt them in the cauldron you have set up within the mandal of protection. And the watcher will carry the curse to them for whom it was uttered, and they will die. And if thou dost not know of their names, nor of their persons, save that they seek to harm thee, make a doll of wax like a man, with his limbs, but with no face, and upon the face of the doll write the word Kashapti. Hold the doll over the flaming cauldron while saying fiercely over it, Ati Manu Kashaptu Sha Toyob Ta Eni. And then drop the doll into the flames. From the smoke that arises from this action, you will see the name of the sorcerer or sorceress written within it, and then you will be able to send the watcher to bring the curse, and that person will die. Or thou mayest call upon Ishtar to protect thee from the spells of sorcery. And for this the mandal must be prepared as always, and a figure of Ishtar be upon the altar, and incantations made to summon her assistance, like the following incantation that is ancient from the priests of Ur. Who art thou, O witch, that seekest me? Thou hast taken the road. Thou hast come after me. Thou hast sought me continually for my destruction. Thou hast continually plotted an evil thing against me. Thou hast encompassed me. Thou hast sought me out. Thou hast gone forth and followed my steps. But I, by the command of the Queen Ishtar, am clothed in terror, am armed in fearsomeness, am arrayed with might and the sword. I make thee tremble. I make thee run afraid. I drive thee out. I spy thee out. I cause thy name to be known among men. I cause thy house to be seen among men. I cause thy spells to be heard among men. I cause thy evil perfumes to be smelt among men. I unclothe thy wickedness and evil, and bring your sorceries to naught. It is not I, but Nanak Anisura, mistress of witches, and the queen of heaven Ishtar, who command thee. And if these worshippers and sorcerers still come at thee, as it is possible, for their power comes from the stars, and who knows the ways of the stars, thou must call upon the queen of mysteries, Nindinuga, who wilt surely save thee, and thou must make incantations with her title, which is Nindinuga Nimshim Shargal En Lilara. And it is enough merely to shout that name aloud 7 times, and she will come to thine aid. And remember that thou purify thy temple with the branches of cypress and of pine, and no evil spirit which haunteth buildings will cause habitation to be set up therein. And no larvae will breed, as they do in many unclean places. The larvae are enormous, twice as large as a man, but do breed on his excretions, and even, it is said, upon his breath, and grow to terrible height, and do not leave him until the priest or some magician cut him off with the copper dagger, saying the name of Ishtar 7 times, 7 times, aloud in a sharp voice. The night has now grown silent. The howling of the wolves has grown quiet, and can scarce be heard. Perhaps it was some other that they sought, yet can I tell in my bones that this is not so? For the Zastor sign has now left its station behind me, and has grown larger, casting a shadow over these pages as I write. I have summoned my watcher, but it is troubled by some thing, and does not respond to me well, as though afflicted with some disease and dazed. My books have lost light, and settle upon their shelves like animals fallen asleep or dead. I am sickened by what voices I hear now, as though the voices of my family left behind me so many years ago that it is impossible to conceive that they are about. Did I not understand of their untimely, unnatural death? Can the demons who wait without take on so viciously the human voices of my parents, my brother, my sister? Avaunt thee! That this book were an amulet, a seal of protection, that my ink were the ink of gods and not of men, but I must write hastily, And if thou cannot read nor understand this writing, perhaps it is sign enough for thee of the strength and power of the demons that be, in these times and in these places, and is surely a warning to thee to have a care, and not to invoke carelessly, but cautiously, and not, under any circumstances, seek carelessly to open that gate to the outside, for thou can never know the seasons of times of the ancient ones, even though thou can tell their seasons upon the earth by the rules I have already instructed thee to compute. For their times and seasons outside run uneven and strange to our minds. For are they not the computers of all time? Did they not set time in its place? It were not enough that the elder gods have mercy on thy servant, set the wanderers to mark their spaces, for such spaces as existed were the works of the ancient ones. Were no sun to shine, were Shemesh never born, would not the years pass by as quickly? Seek ever to keep the outside gate closed and sealed by the instructions I have given thee, by the seals and the names herein. Seek ever to hold back the powers of the cults of the ancient worship, that they might not grow strong on their spilt blood and on their sacrifice. By their wounds shall ye know them, and by their smell, for they are not born as men, but in some other fashion, by some corruption of seed or spirit that has given them other properties than those we are familiar with. And they like the dark places best, for their god is a worm. Iya shaduya, iya bara, iya kanpa, ish nigrab, iya ngi, iya. The stars grow dim in their places, and the moon pales before me, as though a veil were blown across its flame. Dog-faced demons approach the circumference of my sanctuary. Strange lines appear carved on my door and walls, and the light from the window grows increasingly dim. A wind has risen. The dark waters stir. This is the book of the servant of the gods. The end of the book, Necronomicon. Stoop not down, therefore, unto the darkly splendid world, wherein continually lieth a faithless depth, and Hades wrapped in clouds, delighting in unintelligible images, precipitous, winding, a black, ever-rolling abyss, ever espousing a body unluminous, formless, and void, the Chaldean oracles of Zoroaster.